L'hymne national. O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy dost commend, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. The doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak out against hate in all its forms.
You're on mute if you can
Can you hear me?
No, still off.
Can you hear me?
There's a double mute. If you look on your headset, there might be a mute on that as well. That one might be the one that's on.
Mr. Speaker, we can hear him.
We can hear him.
Yeah, we hear him on Zoom.
We hear you, Paul.
Okay, you know what? We'll maybe go to the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga, and then we'll come back to the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith afterwards. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, in Kitchener-Conestoga, we continue working hard to make sure we're safely staying connected. In 2020...
Is there a member out there who's not on mute? I think everything... wait a minute.
Mr. Speaker, we can hear them. The problem is
check
only
with
in the chamber.
technical folks, and we'll see if we can get everything straightened out.
On comprend bien, du Nouveau-Brunswick.
So the problem is in the chamber.
We can hear him in Newfoundland.
Okay, we're going to suspend for a couple of minutes. If I can ask you to stay in your seats, please, and stand by. The minute we have everything in place, we'll let you know. If we see that it's taking too long, we'll have to come to some form of resolution. Je pense qu'on a résolu le problème.
I believe the problem is resolved. We'll continue.
Right from the beginning, statements by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak out against hate in all its forms. Tomorrow is Holocaust Remembrance Day. It is a stark reminder of the atrocities that can occur when we don't speak up against hate. On January 6th, we watched as Capitol Hill in Washington was stormed by a mob of insurrectionists, white supremacists, and hate groups, cheered on by leaders who spread misinformation and promoted vigilantism. In Nanaimo, Ladysmith, racism raised its ugly head on social media and in the community when there was a COVID outbreak in the Nanaimo First Nation. Ignorance about the effect of colonization on Indigenous health outcomes was on full display. Chief Wise rightly said the burden of addressing racism needs to come off the shoulders of Indigenous people. Indeed, it needs to come off the shoulders of all who are affected by racism and bigotry. Together, we have a responsibility to combat hate in all its forms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For those who are in the House, if you don't mind to hear what's being said, the speakers are not quite loud enough or aren't quite working, but if you put your headset or your earpiece on, you should be able to hear everything. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in Kitchener-Conestoga, we continue working hard to make sure we safely stay connected. In 2020, we learned that virtual events help keep constituents up to date on important issues and allow their voices to be heard. I'm proud to say we're coming up on our 25th virtual town hall featuring local leaders discussing important community issues. Guests have included mayors, elected officials, community service groups, economic development representatives, environmentalist groups, diversity and inclusivity advocates, veterans, guests from various economic sectors, and even in the end of the year town hall that featured some holiday music. The success of these virtual town halls is due to the contributions of everyone who shares their ideas in these engaging discussions. I feel grateful and inspired to be part of these important conversations, and I appreciate everyone's involvement in these meaningful dialogues. I'd like to invite Kitchener-Conestoga to view our past town halls online and encourage them to participate at our next one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first of over 14,000 essential guest workers are beginning to arrive in the Windsor-Essex region for this year's agricultural season. Leamington Mayor Hilda MacDonald has called me and both the federal and provincial levels of government to be accountable for these workers. Together with Kingsville Mayor Nelson Santos and Warden Gary McNamara, they continue to press for more effective oversight of guest workers within their communities. Good for them. They are deserving of better answers than those to date. Together with my colleagues from Essex, Windsor-Tecumseh, and Windsor West, we are working across party lines and jurisdictions to develop the answers the municipalities and local communities need. We look forward to working with industry to address these challenges for our more sustainable regional economy and quality of life for all, including our essential guest workers. Thank you, Mayor MacDonald, for your leadership.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, with great respect, I recognize Mr. Stuart Thiessen of Saskatoon, who passed away this month. Stuart worked in the farm movement for 41 years with the Saskatchewan Farmers Union and later the National Farmers Union. He was the wordsmith behind so much of what the NFU stood for, holding the pen that drafted hundreds of presentations to provincial and federal governments. Stuart was gifted in turning ideas into words and turning those words into calls for action. A founding member of the Saskatchewan Agriculture Hall of Fame, he served on the Labor Relations Board, Stats Canada Advisory Committee, and was a founding director of the Saskatoon Community Clinic, where he fought for accessible health care for all. As well, he was awarded an honorary doctorate of laws from the U of S and inducted into the Agriculture Hall of Fame. Stuart loved to play the musical keyboards and host friends and family at his cabin on Emma Lake. Stuart, you are truly one of Canada's best.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every January, the Alzheimer's Society organizes Awareness Month in order to shine the spotlights on neurocognitive disorders as well as their impact on people. Let's listen to the victims and their families, their caregivers and health professionals, especially in this pandemic when they're more isolated than ever. Like Lynn, for example, a human resources professional. Nothing had prepared her for becoming a caregiver when her husband, Yves, got his diagnosis at the young age of 63. Life doesn't stop with Alzheimer's. Maintaining social connections and daily activities that are stimulating are crucial in order to maintain one's place in the community. Awareness is the first step in fighting judgment and discrimination, strengthening human rights, and bringing about policy change, and whatever else is needed to help people with neurocognitive disorders. For the sake of all the victims and their loved ones, we have a duty to remember them so they're not forgotten. Thank you. The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, in this time of lockdown, many parents are experiencing something new, online school. As a parent myself, I'd like to thank the teachers of Glengarry, Prescott Russell, who are spending an incredible amount of time online with our kids. All across the country, teachers are displaying imagination and creativity to motivate young people for online school. In particular, I'd like to mention the work of a grade 7 and 8 teacher at Embrun Catholic Middle School, Danica Belil. Every day, she wears different costumes and disguises to keep up her students' spirits in these difficult times. Our kids are our future, and they too are having a rough time these days, and every day from coast to coast, they're supported by determined teachers who every day are making a difference in our children's lives. Long live teachers.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, operating a small business is difficult in good times. Operating one during COVID is a struggle. For those who opened a new business in 2020, it's been a nightmare. The Canada Emergency Business Account is supposed to help small businesses, but new ones are being turned away instead. My constituent, Laura Lee Gamby, signed her lease in February 2020, but did not open until August. She is not eligible for CEBA. Michelle Joyce and Kevin Thompson didn't get a CRA number for the restaurant before March 31st. They can't get help. Chris Brackle opened his gym right before this pandemic hit, and he has been denied assistance. Dr. Charlton, a longtime chiropractor, just updated her CRA number in March because she no longer has staff. Now she can't get help because she's considered a new business. I could go on. Mr. Speaker, the rules preventing new businesses from getting help need to change. The government needs to fix CEBA and help our new entrepreneurs now. Thank you.
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, while the COVID-19 pandemic has caused tremendous hardship in our communities, it has also presented an opportunity for our Canadian spirit of kindness and generosity to shine through. In my wonderful riding of Humber River Black Creek, Dennis Kishrisno is one of those wonderful individuals. Dennis and his great team of volunteers have been heroes in our community, delivering bundles of food and personal protective equipment to over 500 residents and organizing fundraisers for those in our community worst affected by this pandemic. His contribution and his wife and family's dedication to Humber River Black Creek is a reminder to us all that even in dark times, we can all strive to do better and exemplify what it means to be Canadians. Thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, in past years, I have risen in the House and invited all members of Parliament to join me in Sault Ste. Marie for Bonsu, our annual winter celebration. This year, however, the 58th Bonsu Winter Carnival will be transformed from a predominantly outdoor event to an online virtual event. But make no mistake about it, Bonsu is on. And this year, with a click of the keyboard, you can all join us for one of Canada's best winter carnivals. This year, we will not be gathering to watch fireworks or shooting down the ice bum slides or braving a polar bear dip, but the spirit of Bonsu is as strong as ever with online contests, games, and more scheduled for February 5th to the 15th. Mr. Speaker, reinventing a winter carnival has been a challenge for our awesome organizers and volunteers, but I'm proud to see the essence of Bonsu, a celebration of winter in Northern Ontario, continues to thrive even in the middle of a pandemic. Happy Bonsu, everybody.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, I find myself once again talking about tragedy in West Nova and commemorating lives lost. On December 15th, the Chief William Solis, a sculler dragger out of Yarmouth, sank in the Bay of Fundy. Lost were Captain Charles Roberts and fishermen Michael Drake, Daniel Forbes, Gino Francis, and Leonard Gabriel. There is always danger to lose lives at sea, and sadly, these 6 hardworking men lost their lives providing for their families. While the RCMP and Coast Guard have found the sunken vessel in 60 meters of water, only one body has been returned for burial.
Less than a month later, on January 10th, search and rescue was called into the small community of Morris Island, where Kenneth and his wife Noreen had gone missing on their way to their cottage on a neighboring island. Searchers were able to locate Noreen's body, but it took fishermen a few days to recover Kenneth's.
We need to thank the Canadian Forces Search and Rescue, Ground Search and Rescue Teams, Coast Guard, RCMP, and the hundreds of volunteers that supported the efforts and the families during this difficult time. We need to remain Nova Scotia strong. May they all rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, our frontline healthcare workers have been taking care of our seniors, supporting patients, and being there for our loved ones when we can't. Today, I want to commemorate 2 healthcare workers from Peel Region who lost their lives saving the lives of others. Maureen Ambersley was a registered practical nurse working in Extended Care Mississauga long-term care home for more than 13 years. She lived in Brampton and was an excellent nurse and a caring mother and grandmother. Arlene Reed worked as a personal support worker for the Victorian Order of Nurses in Peel Region. Arlene is survived by her 5 children and 3 grandsons and was described as having a vibrant smile that lit up every room. While Arlene and Maureen lost their lives in the pursuit of caring for those who needed it most, their passing is a tragedy that should remind everyone about the toll this pandemic is taking on our healthcare workers across this country. We will never forget your service.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Bidnapore.
Mr. Speaker, for months we've been begging the government to step forward to help the aviation sector. We've pushed to exhaustion the ideas of rapid testing, pilot projects, and a well-thought-out plan. But it's evident the effect of the government's inaction go well beyond this sector, as we see the chaos and fear surrounding us today. The implementation of further travel requirements, with more on the way, is further proof of this government's incompetence. We pushed rapid testing and testing on arrival. They haven't listened. Canadians did what they always do. They were patient, trusting the government when they said a supply of vaccines was on the way, hoping this was a sign of a return to normal and a full restoration of the economy and life in Canada. Once again, though, the government has failed. Mr. Speaker, in September, when I first spoke about this, it was about the airline sector, but inaction and incompetence of this government has moved far beyond this. This government managed to fail on it all. Rapid testing, testing on arrival, and now failing terribly on vaccines, to the detriment of not just one sector, but all Canadians.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, in December, we all remember the Prime Minister's big show with the arrival of the first vaccines. He wanted Canadians to think that this was the beginning of a massive vaccination campaign. But what do we see today? It was all window dressing. Not surprisingly, the Liberals haven't walked the talk. The fact is that today the vaccine supply has come to a complete halt. No vaccines are coming to Canada. The provinces are anxiously awaiting for this Liberal government to get in action. And to think the Prime Minister on January 5th didn't balk at criticizing the provinces for not vaccinating people quickly enough for his liking. Instead of being condescending and lecturing the provinces, why not show some leadership and provide an efficient and sustained vaccine supply so Canadians can get back to work, get the economy up and running again, and put an end to this pandemic once and for all?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and with deep love, I honor my grandmother. I adored my grandmother, a survivor of Auschwitz concentration camp, a woman of courage who gave up my father into hiding during the war, which saved his life. It was a fortunate choice, a choice that graced me with having him as a father. The only surviving child on both sides of my paternal family after the war, 5 survivors in total. As a mother, I cannot imagine having to make that choice, but she did, in all her courage, kindness, wisdom, and strength. To all individuals who lost loved ones during the war whom you may have known, to all those who feel a loss due to those relatives you were never blessed to know but cherish in your blood memory, I extend my heart, strength, and hope for a better, kinder, more gentle world for all today as we strive to ensure human rights and dignity for all. I remember. We remember.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, in 1920, Joseph Herman Fortier founded the newspaper Le Nouvelliste in the local premises, smack dab in the middle of Trois-Rivières. Over the years and pages, a number of illustrious reporters and columnists have joined the team in covering and analyzing local news. On October 30th, Le Nouvelliste celebrated its 100th anniversary, marked by the forced acceleration of digitization of its publications right in the middle of a pandemic. Le Nouvelliste has changed hands a number of times, but it has been able to adapt and evolve by using a cooperative model. I'd like to commend our daily newspaper on its incredible contribution to the community. Happy 100th to the Nouvelliste.
Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, today marks International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Today, let us remember the millions of lives lost, and may their memories be a blessing. Let us think of those who survived and their families whose lives were shattered forever. It is for those we lost, those who survived, and their families that we must continue to do the work necessary and honor our commitment of never again. Sadly, we've seen a continued rise in anti-Semitic attacks year over year. There is still much work to be done, but I'm proud to be part of the multi-partisan international task force on combating online anti-Semitism with elected officials across the globe. As members of Parliament, it is our duty and responsibility to ensure the hateful acts that led to the Holocaust never happen again. Today, on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada, I pledge our unwavering commitment to never again. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, over the past 10 months, we've witnessed the tragic impact of the pandemic on the most vulnerable members of our society. The situation of homeless people is of particular concern and has revealed the lack of resources provided to the homeless. We've also become aware of all the important work done by people in the field, and we've noticed their energy, creativity, and goodness. Young people also find themselves without homes, and there's very little there to help them. In Châteauguay, we have a devoted team at Élan des Jeunes who for 10 years now have been providing a roof and services to homeless young people. And I'm very happy to say that thanks to financial assistance to the tune of $423,000, L'Élan des Jeunes has been able to meet the needs of more young people. We have a point of order.
La Prairie. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
On a member for La Prairie.
Oui, puis les deux, pour que les gens qui interviennent virtuellement.
We had an agreement that people taking the floor would wear a tie, and I saw the member for Sault Ste. Marie, if I'm not mistaken, wearing a sweatshirt, a red sweatshirt. It's very festive. This is not a festival. This is the House of Commons, and I'd like that message to be conveyed to the whips. That's a point that I was going to make. I'd like to thank the honourable member for La Prairie for making it. I'd like to remind all members that we are not allowed. What's the word in French? We're not allowed to use props. So, and it's very flexible historically when making SO31 statements. There's been a lot of flexibility, but normally you should be able to see a person wearing a tie and a jacket over their shirt. That went a little bit far today. It was a bit of a stretch, so I'd like to remind all members.
Be judicious and use some reason when they are making SO31s, because what we don't want is any messages going out. And again, when we're talking obstacles, when we're well, they're an obstacle to how we do things, but when we're talking props, I'm having a hard time with that word today. When we're talking props, it's something that evokes an emotion in the other side or some other members in the chamber, and we want to keep everything as peaceful and civil as possible. Oral questions. Question. We have another point of order.
Mr. Speaker,
normally we don't do point of orders now, but the honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie has something. Is it a quick intervention?
Yes, just a very point of clarification. I was wearing a tie under the sweater with the coat over it.
That's fine.
As in the past, this was the exact tie I was wearing. I
resign.
I think if you looked closely, you would actually see the tie. Just for
okay, order. We'll leave it at that, and let's just. What we'll do is we'll use. We'll use this as a learning lesson so that we don't do it again in the future. Make sure your tie is showing, you have a jacket on top, and everything should be fine. Now we'll get to business. Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we now know the government's first vaccine deal with Chinese pharmaceutical giant CanSino fell apart almost immediately after the Prime Minister announced it. It only took a week for the Chinese state to stop the necessary material from being exported to Canada so research and production could happen. It was the only leading vaccine that the Liberal government was pushing to be made in Canada. Why did it take the government 3 months to admit that the CanSino deal had fallen apart?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we knew that signing deals for vaccines with as many different companies as possible was going to be the best way of ensuring that Canadians made it through this pandemic. That's exactly what we did. We signed a record number of vaccine deals with potential vaccine makers, and that's why we now have more vaccine doses potentially per person than anyone else. Yes, we cast the net very wide. Some of the deals didn't work out, including the CanSino, but we secured early doses for Canadians through the deals we did agree to.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister says he cast the net wide. Well, Providence Therapeutics is a Canadian company that has been part of the COVID-19 vaccine race. They submitted a proposal to the Liberal government in April for a vaccine. They didn't hear back, Mr. Speaker, until August, the same time the government rolled out Pfizer and Moderna, who would not make vaccines in Canada. After months of global hoarding of PPE and supply issues in the first wave of the campaign, Why did the Liberal government abandon the chance to make a vaccine here in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think most Canadians understand that what was incredibly important during this pandemic was to make our decisions informed by the recommendations of our top scientists and health officers and medical professionals, and that's what we did. We followed the advice of the Vaccine Task Force on who to sign deals with and how to move forward, but I'm very pleased to highlight that we've actually given $10 million to Providence Therapeutics for them to commence their clinical trials to support Made in Canada solutions as well. But science has guided us every step of the way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the Prime Minister waited 5 months to even respond to a Canadian company that could make the vaccine here. And months are an eternity in the worldwide race for vaccines. In June, the National Research Council told committee that the CanSino agreement was still going ahead. In July, the government told CTV that the vaccine, the CanSino, was going to be produced in Canada. The government was negotiating with other manufacturers while all this was going on. Why didn't the government get the right to produce any of these vaccines in Canada when the Prime Minister knew that the CanSino deal was dead?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this government based our decisions on the best recommendations of the top scientists and experts in vaccinations and epidemiology across the country to make the right decisions. That guided us every step of the way. Yes, we looked to sign deals with as many different companies as possible to ensure that we'd get the vaccines as they started to arrive for Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing. We had a strong and aggressive plan to do that, and we're delivering for Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
For Canadians this week, Mr. Speaker. L'approvisionnement européen des vaccins avec
the European agreement or for delivery of European vaccines with Pfizer and Moderna is raising concerns for Canada. There is vaccine protectionism going on here. And ultimately, there is a price war happening with fierce competition on a global scale. Has this Prime Minister picked up the phone to call European leaders to ensure that our vaccines will be delivered? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker. An hour ago, I spoke to Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, to raise our concerns. We are all looking forward to receiving the vaccine doses that we bought under that contract. And I was reassured to hear that the transparency measures taken by Europe will not affect Pfizer and Moderna deliveries to Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are frustrated and they are concerned about the issues with vaccine deliveries. In fact, their anxiety is reaching a high level with the new variants of COVID. Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker. When will this Prime Minister take action and tell Canadians the truth on the real vaccine delivery dates? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I find it a bit disturbing to hear the leader of the opposition play petty politics and suggest that we are not telling Canadians the truth. On the contrary, from the very beginning, we have shown rigor and transparency. We have been sharing all of our dates and projections that we receive from the vaccine companies with the provinces and territories. We will continue to be transparent. If the leader of the opposition really wants to reassure Canadians during this pandemic, he should start by avoiding misleading Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The federal government has a lot of responsibility for funding the Quebec and provincial healthcare systems. And the commitment made was for it to be up to 50%. In reality, that has never been the case. Earlier, I spoke with the Premier of Quebec as a leader of the Council of Federation. He will be speaking with the leader of the opposition shortly. What I want to know is whether in the new federal budget, which is supposed to be in preparation, I wish to know if federal healthcare transfers will be raised to 35% as has been requested. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am speaking regularly with the provincial leaders, including with the Premier of Quebec and leader of the Council of Federation. We will continue to increase health transfers, but for the moment we are looking at the short term with the pandemic. We have spent millions and in fact billions of dollars in direct transfers to help Canadians throughout the country. We will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I don't think those telephone conversations have gone so well. Quebec and the provinces want long-term predictability. And they want the transfers to be raised from 22 to 35%, which is $28 billion. Our parents, our grandparents, people in a vulnerable situation need health equipment and services. Is this Prime Minister saying no to all the premiers in Canada? And is this Prime Minister refusing to help our parents, grandparents, and seniors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I, in fact, have a question for the leader of the Bloc Québécois. Why is he refusing to have us work together to better protect our parents and grandparents? We wish to put into place measures that will establish pan-Canadian standards to ensure that all seniors, regardless of their geographic location, will receive the best possible care. That is what we are working closely with various provinces to do, and I hope that Quebec will recognize that we must work together to better protect our parents and grandparents, instead of playing politics.
The
Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The delays in vaccination have caused more COVID infections and deaths. Experts have been clear. Workplaces are responsible for a great deal of COVID transmission. Will this Prime Minister commit to improving access to paid sick leave in order to protect our workers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been very proud to introduce new sick leave measures, which were voted in unanimously by all members in this House. We recognize how important that is. We will continue to work closely with the provinces and premiers, and we also hope that, as many provinces have already done, we hope the provinces will agree that we need paid sick leave and worker support measures. And the federal government has provided $8 or $9 out of 10 during this pandemic to support Canadians, and we will continue to do so.
Delays in the vaccine mean that more people will get infected and sadly more people will die. Experts have said one of the worst transmissions, one of the biggest transmissions of COVID-19 happen in workplaces. Experts also agree that one of the best tools we have to stop the spread of COVID-19 in workplaces is paid sick leave. So will the Prime Minister commit to making the existing federal program that we fought for broader, easier to access to protect workers and their communities?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we were pleased to bring forward paid sick leave for workers who aren't covered by their workplace. We were happy to have the support of all parties in the House to do just that, and we will continue to work with provinces and territories to ensure that every worker gets the right protection. We have done an awful lot from the federal level and are always looking to do more, but we also know that there are many things that we should be doing in partnership with the provinces, and look forward to continuing to work with willing provinces.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the provinces have had to speed up vaccinations due to pressure from the federal government, which had promised that doses would reach Canada regularly, every week. But this week, Pfizer will be delivering 0 doses, and next week, just a little more than 0. But Quebec is ready and able to administer 250,000 doses a week. Canadians and Quebecers are tired of being sold a bill of goods. When will these promised doses arrive? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we knew that when it came to developing these vaccines for the whole planet, we knew that there would be some difficulties along the way when it came to manufacturing. This delay with Pfizer is regrettable, but in a few weeks, Pfizer will be sending us hundreds of thousands of doses a week once more. And we will still be able to reach all of our goals, whether for the end of March, the end of April, or even to have everyone vaccinated by September. We will deliver for Canadians. We know how important that is. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps saying that we have a portfolio of vaccines, but that's no good if we can't actually get our hands on them. There's no transparency or consistency here, and that is creating disorder. The truth is that the Prime Minister bungled the contract negotiations. Provinces are left to make decisions with very little information. Could this Prime Minister show some transparency and make the contracts public? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this question is nonsense because we have shown transparency from the very beginning. We immediately shared our projections about the vaccines with the provinces and territories. And we negotiated many contracts with many different companies, and that is helping us to minimize the impact of supply chain issues like the one we're seeing now with Pfizer. And because Pfizer is retooling its manufacturing plant, it will be able to send us even more doses in a few weeks. We will continue to be there to deliver vaccines for Canadians.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Canada is receiving 0 doses of COVID-19 vaccines this week, even though other countries are getting plane loads of them. Last night, the Minister of Procurement said that Canada has the right to sue companies that break vaccine contracts with us. So is the Prime Minister planning on suing any company for failing to deliver much-needed vaccines to Canada, or did he negotiate such bad terms that he doesn't have a leg to stand on?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm happy to correct the member from Calgary Nose Hill. The contract and the expectations for the Pfizer vaccine is to receive 4 million doses by the end of February, and we are very much, end of March. We are very much on track for that. Yes, there is a temporary disruption because they are improving the factory in Belgium that produces our vaccines, but within a few weeks, they'll be sending us more even than the hundreds of thousands we were receiving before, and we will be on track to fulfill all those responsibilities we laid out for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, I'm happy to correct the Prime Minister. We actually received 8% of what he said we would receive last month in the same period. So it's really one or the other. He either negotiated an ironclad contract that would allow us to have recourse and get vaccines, or he completely failed. We don't have any recourse, and the rest of the world is getting vaccines, and we aren't. Which one is it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to speak with the heads of Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca over the past few days, and I can assure you that Canada is very much on track to continuing to receive doses of vaccines for Canadians. We are on track to getting more than 3 million Canadians vaccinated by the end of Q1, as we said from the very beginning, and we will have all Canadians who want to be vaccinated by September of 2021. That is us delivering on the commitment we made to Canadians that we'd have their backs.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in September, this government introduced a 50-page bill at the last minute, and we had to get it adopted within a single day. And the result of that is that there are some issues with the legislation. For example, giving $1,000 to Canadians coming back from non-essential travel, which makes no sense. We need to correct that. And yesterday I tabled the motion to enable the government to introduce a bill that would fix this problem immediately. But unfortunately, this government refused. Why is this Prime Minister refusing to work with us in a constructive, cooperative manner to fix this scandal? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we tabled a motion for unanimous consent in the House of Commons in order to improve and fix this loophole in the bill. A bill which, as my colleague said, was adopted by all members in this House. Unfortunately, the Conservatives did not want to give unanimous consent to fix the issue right away. We will continue to work with parties in the House to fix this problem as quickly as possible. Because no, indeed, those coming back from non-essential travel should not be able to access that money, and we will correct the situation with or without the Conservative support. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. We all know that the Prime Minister doesn't like working with the House of Commons, but that's the issue. He introduced the bill in September. We just had one day to debate it, and that's why there are problems. And then now we're being told to just we're being told that we should just accept a new piece of legislation and just pass it without any debate. No, that would just be to make the same mistake again. Once again, pass it in a hurry and make mistakes. We simply want to debate the bill properly. Why not introduce a new bill right after a question period so that we can all debate it, work on it, and vote in favor of it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, we often hear this type of thing from the Conservatives. We're being told that we helped Canadians too quickly. We reacted too quickly. We were too generous towards seniors, students, workers. Mr. Speaker, during this pandemic, we made a simple promise to Canadians that we would be there to help them in whatever way necessary, for as long as is necessary, and that's exactly what we're doing. Indeed, when we're working quickly to help everyone, we do need to make corrections. And that is why we are fixing some gaps that no one in any of the parties noticed when we first passed this bill. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we know that Pfizer will not be delivering vaccines from Europe this week. We also know that Pfizer is producing vaccines in Michigan, just across the border. But Pfizer cannot sell these vaccines to Quebecers or Canadians because of a decree passed by President Trump. But we also know that Joe Biden is the president now. And the Prime Minister spoke to President Biden only last Friday. Did he ask the President for an exception to this decree for Canada to compensate for the lack of European vaccines? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it was a real pleasure to speak with Joe Biden. Last week, we spoke about vaccination, the vaccine supply, and what we can do together as partners to keep our citizens safe during the COVID pandemic. And in order to vaccinate everyone as quickly as possible, we will continue to work with our American friends in order to do everything that's necessary to help Canadians and everyone as quickly as possible. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we have a real problem. Canada is not producing vaccines. The U.S. is not supplying us with any, and Europe is threatening to stop. Now, we just learned that the Prime Minister spoke with the European Commission, but that doesn't reassure me at all. He could have spoken to the American government. He could have complained that the Americans canceled Keystone. They're going to shove Buy American down our throats. He could have asked them to compensate by sending us some vaccines to compensate for the lack of vaccines from Europe. That's what you call the art of negotiation. Will this Prime Minister finally wake up and make sure that Canadians get the vaccine? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've been working with a difficult administration in the U.S. for 4 years. But we nonetheless defended supply management, cultural exemptions, steel and aluminum workers, even in difficult protectionistic situations with the former administration. We are working in a positive manner together on COVID and climate change with the new American administration. And we will continue to be very close in everything that we do to ensure that we're there for Canadians.
For Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is a good storyteller, but never fails to disappoint on results. For months, we've been calling on him to take action on Keystone XL. The end results are starkly clear. Now, the Governor of Michigan wishes to cancel Enbridge's Line 5 easement, which would seriously affect workers and consumers in Ontario and Quebec. Since this outcome would negatively impact millions of Canadians, will the Prime Minister take action now so that more Canadian workers and families are not simply disappointed and left in the cold?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 7 years, I have defended the Keystone XL pipeline, including to American Democrats, and have continued to every step of the way. In my conversation with President Biden, with Special Envoy Kerry, we have talked about Keystone XL. We've talked about energy security. I have emphasized the interconnectedness and the opportunity for us to work together to create good jobs in the energy sector and indeed across our economies by working together in North America, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Well, Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of jobs in Ontario depend on the operation of Enbridge's Line 5. In November, the Governor of Michigan decided to revoke the easement, and this has allowed this pipeline to operate safely for decades. Line 5 was not mentioned in the Prime Minister's readout of his call with President Biden last week or his call with John Kerry last night. Why hasn't Line 5 specifically, the thousands of jobs, the decades of a safe track record, why hasn't that been a priority for this Prime Minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think all Canadians know that consistently this government has stood up for Canadian interests with a challenging situation south of the border over the past 4 years. We defended our steel and aluminum workers. We defended our supply management. We protected our most important trading relationship by renegotiating and even improving NAFTA. And we are going to continue to work to ensure energy security, jobs for Canadians, and the fight against climate change close hand in hand with the American government.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, President Biden's new Buy America executive order contains much tougher rules than we've ever seen before, all but shutting out Canadian businesses from U.S. government contracts. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce says this will have a chilling effect on businesses and jobs. The Liberals failed to negotiate Canada's participation in Chapter 13 of CUSMA, which addresses government procurement. The Liberals' trade failures just keep piling up. Is the Prime Minister negotiating Buy America exemptions for Canadian businesses?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 4 years, we saw one of the most protectionistic administrations the United States has ever had, and we were able consistently to defend Canadian interests, to stand up for Canadian workers, and to ensure our continued access to the American market and free trade. We will continue to work with this new administration in much more positive ways to be able to defend Canadian jobs and interests. I highlighted our concerns with Buy American directly to the President, and he committed that we would work together to ensure that we're creating jobs and prosperity for both of our countries.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in this pandemic, we're hitting record cases. Canadians are worried, and they think there's no plan when zero vaccines come and the weeks say we'll receive an unknown amount. The Prime Minister is suggesting we're misleading Canadians when we ask questions on the very documents they're presenting from our health motion last fall that he opposed. Questions about CanSino, questions about failures to deliver what he promised last month. The Prime Minister prorogued Parliament, has kept contracts hidden, and has not released documents to allow us to do better. Last month, he promised vaccines, and we're only going to receive 8%. Will he apologize to Canadians for dropping the ball on vaccines?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives yet again try and score cheap political points, we are focused on delivering for Canadians. That's why we have delivered over 1 million vaccines to the provinces and territories, while hundreds of thousands of Canadians, vulnerable Canadians, have been vaccinated, while we continue to work with vaccine companies around the world to get those deliveries of vaccines to Canada. We will be receiving hundreds of thousands of Pfizer doses in just a few weeks, more than we had before, so we can deliver what we promised to Canadians.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, over the holidays, the government sent anxiety-inducing letters to close to 500,000 Canadians, most of whom applied for CERB in good faith, some who were given incorrect information by the government, a government who's now threatening to make them pay back thousands of dollars in the middle of a pandemic. At the same time, this Prime Minister refuses to make companies like Imperial Oil, who took the wage subsidy, then handed out millions to their shareholders and CEOs, pay back a single cent. Why are the Liberals going after Canadians who are struggling, who did nothing wrong, but refusing to hold their corporate friends accountable?
Okay.
There's no translation. We have a problem with the interpretation. Let me look at the technical team to ensure that it is all working correctly.
Okay.
Is the interpretation working?
Okay, I'll speak in English, make sure that everybody's hearing me in French. Oui, c'est beau. Okay.
It's working? Okay, we will continue. The Honourable...
Pardon?
I apologize. No, it's working? Okay.
Attendez une minute, je vais vérifier.
Just a moment, let me verify.
To be certain that everyone understood the question, maybe the Honourable Member for Victoria can repeat her question, and translation will kick in, and the answer will be there. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, over the holidays, the government sent anxiety-inducing letters to close to 500,000 Canadians, most of whom applied for CERB in good faith, some who were given incorrect information by the government, a government who's now threatening to make them pay back thousands of dollars in the middle of a pandemic. At the same time, this Prime Minister refuses to make companies like Imperial Oil, who took the wage subsidy, then handed out millions to shareholders and CEOs, pay back a single cent. Why are the Liberals going after Canadians who are struggling, who did nothing wrong, but refusing to hold their corporate friends accountable?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we made a straightforward promise to Canadians that we would have their backs. And that's exactly what we did, sending out unprecedented help to millions of Canadians who suddenly found themselves unable to work or without a job because of this pandemic. We have continued to support Canadians, and to Canadians who are worried, we will work with them to ensure that there are no penalties and no late fees involved in having misunderstood. And we will work with them on a case-by-case basis. At the same time, we will continue to ensure that all the rules were enforced, and anyone who is profiteering or taking advantage of the processes will have.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
In his first days in office, the new U.S. president has signed a number of executive orders, including pausing federal student loan payments. President Biden stated, "Too many Americans are struggling to pay for basic necessities and to provide for their families." The same can be said here in Canada. In November, this House unanimously supported our NDP motion calling to extend the moratorium on repaying student loans until May 31st, 2021. Yet still there is no action from this government. Why is the Prime Minister content with breaking his promise to students and leaving them to struggle?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that young people are always hardest hit by economic shocks and downturns, and the potential scarring that could follow them for years of missed opportunities because of this pandemic are significant. That's why we move forward in unprecedented measures with the CERB for students, for example, with direct supports for young people, with creation of new jobs and new opportunities for young people, and yes, with forgiveness of student loans. We will continue to work with all parties in the House to support young people, because we need them to continue to contribute to how we get through this pandemic and help us build a better world afterwards.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today we observe International Holocaust Remembrance Day, which commemorates the 6 million Jews and 11 million others who were murdered by the Nazi regime and its collaborators. Can the Prime Minister please tell this House what our government is doing to combat anti-Semitism and honor the lives of those lost in the Holocaust?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Toronto Centre for her question. Today, we honor the memories of the victims and survivors of the Holocaust. We pledge to tell their stories so that the horrors of the Holocaust could never happen again. We have formally adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism and appointed the Honourable Irwin Cotler to lead Canada's efforts to promote Holocaust remembrance and combat anti-Semitism abroad. We will always stand with the Jewish community and fight anti-Semitism wherever and whenever it occurs.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. When a worker quits their job, that worker is not entitled to employment insurance. It applies to all workers except to the former Governor General personally chosen by this Prime Minister. For the friends of the Prime Minister leaving their jobs, it's the golden retirement. We're talking about $150,000 a year for life and an expense account that's a similar amount. Toxic work environment, criticism, humiliation, intimidating physical contact. The examples are serious and not new. The Prime Minister would have had to turn a blind eye not to know. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility today for that decision? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As soon as we heard the allegations in the newspapers last summer, we started an independent, rigorous process in order to investigate and review the working conditions at Rideau Hall. We know that all Canadians deserve to have a safe work environment. We thank all workers at Rideau Hall for the exceptional work that they have always done in order to help this country and be worthy of the services provided to Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Prime Minister is washing his hands of that decision, and that's exactly what happens when the Prime Minister has this happen. There was a wonderful, excellent, nonpartisan vice-regal appointment process in place to avoid this kind of fiasco that the Prime Minister has mired us in. Toxic work environment, unverified past history, instead of chose a big name while ignoring what was actually hiding behind it. Once again, the Prime Minister's judgment is to blame. Will he end the golden retirement for this Governor General? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will look at all the processes in place and improve them if need be. We expect that everyone who serves this country does so with dignity and upholds the expectations that we all have of that office. We also want to ensure that everyone who works for the government or who works anywhere in this country does so in a safe work environment, and that is what we all expect, and that is what we will continue to work for.
St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals just committed $90 million in new funding to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. Classroom materials distributed to Palestinian students encourage them to, quote, defend the motherland with blood, portray child-murdering terrorists as heroes, and call Israel the enemy. Will the government suspend funding to UNRWA and commit to aid for Palestinians through alternate means, just as the previous Conservative government did, and more recently, just as the Netherlands and Switzerland did?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to engage in international development in many projects around the world. Our support and our presence in UNRWA continues to ensure that the materials and the funds that are vehicled to the Palestinians are done in the right way. We will continue to stand up for a two-state solution for the kind of peace that we need to see through direct negotiations between both Israel and the Palestinian state.
The Honourable Member for Charles Woods, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just said a moment ago he'd stand up to anti-Semitism whenever and wherever it occurs. Well, here it is. Stand up to it. The fact of the matter is that $90 million in taxpayers' dollars are being used to fund UNRWA's indoctrination of children by inciting violence toward Jews. This government talks about supporting a peaceful two-state solution, yet we see funding of an agency working to push hatred, not peace. On this Holocaust Remembrance Day, and with anti-Semitism across the world on the rise, how does the Prime Minister justify the use of taxpayer dollars to fund the teaching of hatred toward Jews?
The The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have long tried to use politics as approaches like this to score cheap points and make politics on the backs of intolerance and victims. We will continue to do the right thing, and that means, yes, standing up for Israel, standing up for a two-state solution, working closely with all our partners in the region, and yes, funding development aid for the most vulnerable, including through UNRWA. That is something this government stands for.
Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, everyone in Quebec is asking the Prime Minister the same thing. Non-essential flights should be banned, ensure that quarantine is respected, and reimburse people who booked and then cancelled flights. It's now January 27th. The Prime Minister has not yet resolved the problems that occurred before Christmas. He waited until all the travelers had come back for 3 weeks from their trips, and still nothing has happened. He waited until the UK variant of the virus hit seniors' homes in Ontario. Time for waiting is over. When will he take action? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I don't want my colleague, by misfortune, to mislead Canadians. Let me reassure everybody that since March, we have among the most strictest border measures in the world. People without a residence in Canada cannot come into Canada. This is a measure that we started right from the start. We have put in place also a mandatory quarantine for everybody returning to Canada. This is followed up on by the local Canada health authorities and the police. For a number of weeks, we've now been requiring a negative test. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, he's talking to me about a quarantine, but the quarantine isn't even being respected. There is no easy solution. It's time to act. The Prime Minister was elected to make the hard decision. Quebec is making these hard decisions on a daily basis. Quebec has a curfew. That's a difficult decision. Quebec is cutting services in hospitals, deciding who to treat or not. That's a hard decision. Quebec has closed stores. It's shut down businesses. The Prime Minister has to shut the border for non-essential travel. When will he do his job, make the hard decisions, and take action to ensure that people are safe? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Since the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, we put in place the strictest measures in the world to protect our borders. And in fact, we will do more. We are making the difficult decisions. We were there to help the government of Quebec and facilitate these difficult decisions that are being made by spending and investing billions of dollars for Quebec businesses, for Quebec families, for Quebec workers who need help. The federal government has been there to provide direct assistance to Quebecers, like to all Canadians, and we will continue to do this. This is a difficult process, but not a hard decision because...
Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Many Canadians are counting on the Canadian Emergency and Recovery Benefits to put food on the table and a roof over their heads. Unfortunately, the people who need it the most are given the runaround, wrongly labeled ineligible, or trapped without support as processing backlogs force them to wait for months. 10 months later, and still, the paralyzing bureaucracy, confusion, and loopholes in these programs continue to persist. This must be a priority. When will this government fix the Emergency and Recovery Benefits Program?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives continue to attack our hardworking public servants, we have worked with them while they have made heroic efforts to get money out to Canadians across the country in record time, in record means, in record numbers to help Canadians. While the Conservative finance critic continues to say, oh, we shouldn't have helped people so much, we shouldn't have been helping families, we should have given more money to businesses, we stayed focused on helping Canadians through this. A simple promise, Mr. Speaker, we would have Canadians' backs. That's what we've done every step of the way, despite the critiques of the Conservatives that we were doing too much, too fast.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the government asked for unanimous consent to pass a bill correcting the paid sick leave loophole in the rushed Canada Recovery Benefits legislation that can be exploited by non-essential travelers, vacationers. The House said no, better to study at committee to get it right this time. The Liberals then refused to table the legislation. Mr. Speaker, what could be so urgent it needed to be passed without study, but is now so unimportant the Liberals won't introduce it for proper consideration?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, we hear that approach from the Conservatives that we rushed to help Canadians in the spring, that we rushed to help Canadians in the fall. Yes, we did. We are in a global pandemic right now, and we needed to put measures out as quickly as possible to support Canadians. And of course, we didn't get everything perfect. Nobody does. But we made the necessary moves to deliver support to millions of Canadians, to keep food on the table and to help them out. And every step of the way, Conservatives grumbled that we were doing too much, too fast, that we shouldn't be helping Canadians that much. Well, we disagree, Mr. Speaker. We will be there for Canadians. We will continue to have their backs.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The old deflect, dissemble. But to another Liberal snafu, Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians who've applied for EI since CERB have been refused, told to apply for the CRB. But they're rejected because they made the original EI claim. Service Canada confirms the denials are improper. The CRA says it's trying to fix its faulty computer codes. But for many, family savings have run out. There's no money for groceries. Mr. Speaker, glib assurances are unacceptable. Where's the fix?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have delivered help to millions of vulnerable Canadians, but we know there is much more to do. We are working on repairing some of these gaps and ensure that the most vulnerable Canadians get the support they need. This is something that Canadians are expecting, are counting on, and as I said from the very beginning, this government will continue to be there to do everything necessary to help Canadians get through this.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago this week, the first COVID case in Canada was detected. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have taken rapid and effective measures to stop the spread of the virus. Can the Prime Minister inform Canadians what measures were taken at our borders to guarantee the safety of all Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I want to thank the member for Lac Saint Louis for his question and his leadership and hard work within our caucus. Since March, our borders have been closed to foreign travelers. We implemented a 14-day mandatory quarantine for all those returning to Canada and a mandatory negative test prior to boarding a flight to come back to Canada. Our strict border measures are adapted to a changing situation, and it's working. All these measures work, and new measures will be announced shortly.
The evidence is overwhelming. China is committing genocide against the Uyghurs through population controls, sexual violence, and mass detentions. Yet all we get from this Liberal government are vague expressions of concern and empty promises of an investigation. The time for action is now. What specific steps is this Prime Minister taking to formally request that China allow such an investigation? And when will he finally declare these atrocities to be a genocide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We, of course, take allegations of genocide extremely seriously and are working with the United States and our partners to move forward on concerted action. We recognize, as I have recognized directly to the leaders of China, the concerns around human rights violations in Xinjiang, and we will continue to work with the global community for transparency, for accountability, and for clarity in terms of what is happening in Xinjiang.
Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in response to a question about the Uyghur genocide, the Foreign Affairs Minister said the government is calling upon China to do two things. First, allow unfettered access to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. And second, allow an independent, impartial committee of experts to enter China. Has the government formally made these two requests of the Chinese government, either through the Chinese ambassador to Canada or through Ambassador Barton?
Prime Minister.
We take the situation faced by the Uyghurs in Xinjiang extremely seriously, which is why we've been bringing up this issue for years at all levels of Chinese government. We're working with our allies on assuring access for the UN Special Representative and more transparency into what is going on there. We need to hold China to account as a community of nations, and that's exactly what we're going to continue to do.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, it's Holocaust Memorial Day. We're asking the Prime Minister direct questions about a contemporary genocide, and he's refusing to answer simple, direct questions. Erwin Kotler, the government's own special envoy for Holocaust remembrance and combating anti-Semitism, agrees that Canada must recognize and respond to this genocide. Independent investigations have already been conducted. They've drawn on survivor testimony, satellite imagery, and leaked Chinese government data. The evidence is clear. The investigations have been done. The victims have testified. The government should believe them. Why is the Prime Minister still sitting on the fence and refusing to answer questions and recognize this genocide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been highlighting our deep concerns about the situation in Xinjiang for many years to the Chinese government. We have also worked very, very closely with our international partners on holding them to account. We take allegations of genocide extraordinarily seriously. That's why we are going through the right processes in terms of establishing our perspective and our official position on that. I understand the desire to move quickly on that, but it's also extremely important that we move rigorously on it.
Honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Mr. Speaker, we have a range of tools in our fight against COVID-19, and having access to quick test results is important in stopping the spread. Can the Prime Minister provide an update on the status of rapid testing in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Markham-Stouffville for her question and her excellent work. Testing is one of the most important tools we have to stop the spread of COVID-19. We're working around the clock on the approval and procurement of new testing technologies. We have approved 6 rapid tests to date and sent almost 15.9 million rapid tests to provinces and territories over the past months. Even yesterday, we shipped almost 250,000 pan-bio tests to Ontario. We will continue working with industry, with provinces and territories and public health experts to ensure our communities have the tools they need to keep Canadians safe.
Honourable député.
The honourable member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Air Canada flight attendants are victims of a serious injustice. The Liberals don't care at all about workers and are allowing major companies like Air Canada to use the wage subsidy to their advantage and with impunity. Instead of maintaining ties with its thousands of employees, Air Canada is pocketing everything it can and is laying off 4 out of 5 flight attendants, thereby circumventing the main objective of the wage subsidy. Will the Liberals stop looking after the interests of big business and the rich, and will they finally look out for workers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The wage subsidy was put in place to help workers, and that is what it has done for millions of workers across the country. We will continue to ensure that the aid goes directly to workers, and any company that does not follow the guidelines and does not deliver those assistance in the right way to workers will have to deal with the consequences. That is all the time we have today for question period.
Points of order. Rappel au règlement, l'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, there has been consultation between the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent for the following motion. that this House requests that the Minister of Immigration, Citizenship to grant citizenship to Raif Badawi under the discretionary power that he holds under the Citizenship Act, Section 5, which enables the minister to grant citizenship to any individual to remedy a specific and unusual circumstance of distress.
Puisqu'il s'agit d'une séance.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will ask only those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried.
Nous avons un autre rappel au règlement, l'honorable.
Another point of order. The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions, and if you were to seek it, I think you would find that there is consent to adopt the following motion. That, notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, Bill S. 1001, an act respecting Girl Guides of Canada, be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in a report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Once again, this being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will ask only those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried.
Excuse. A point of order for the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, one of your deputies ruled on whether or not slogans could be worn on face masks, and she had indicated that they can't. I noticed that the member from Battle River Crowfoot is wearing that exact same mask that she had ruled on. And in addition to that, I've noticed that a couple members of the Bloc Québécois actually have their party logo on their mask. I was wondering if you would like to take this opportunity to make the ruling again so that all members can be made aware of that ruling.
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
That just a few minutes ago, or less than an hour, you let a member express himself, even if he was not respecting the rules. So I just want to make that point et mettre en lumière le fait qu'il y a quelques instants, il y a moins.
And just raise the fact that less than an hour ago, you allowed a member to speak even though he was not respecting the dress code. Just to clarify, that was during statements, yes? Okay, yes. Well, normally during SO31s, we leave members a little more flexibility, but the honourable member is right. We let the member continue because it was not something that raised negative emotion in the House. At least I didn't think so. But that is a discussion that's occurring right now with House leaders because one is not allowed to have a slogan on the mask.
A slogan or anything that represents something on their mask or in general in the chamber. I will be coming back to the chamber with a definitive answer on that once I've consulted the leaders in the House. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And certainly there was this discussion that took place on Monday where it was specifically brought up that because that particular logo on a mask had something to do actually very specifically with a very real thing within my constituency. And certainly I've seen various members of all parties at different points in time, the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, and Liberals, including some of the backdrops that the Liberals have used in their video conferences have very clearly displayed a certain type of messaging. So Mr. Speaker, in this active consideration, certainly when it comes to an issue that is of such real and significant importance, and not a slogan, but something that truly affects 1,000 jobs within my constituency, simply standing up for a
area of debate right now. I just want to clarify to all the members in the chamber and virtually that, again, I will be coming back with a definitive answer. I want to consult the leaders, the House leaders, to make sure that we have everyone on board and we have a very clear policy. It has been very fuzzy in the past, and we have let some things slide. But I think we want to make sure that we've got a clear understanding of where we're going with this. The honourable member for Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to inform the discussion you're going to have, I'm very glad you're doing this because you're right, the rules have been fuzzy in the past, or the conventions, the practices really, that's why they're fuzzy. So what we're dealing with is a situation in which, in the case of, for example, the masks, the Bloc Québécois masks in particular, but also my colleague from Alberta, nobody would know because these people weren't in the camera shot that this was a problem if the member hadn't raised it. And a relevant precedent to take into account here is the practice regarding how one is dressed in the House of Commons. The expectation that one will wear a tie and be in business attire is important when one is speaking. It seems to me there's a clear distinction between when one is speaking or in the camera shot and when one is not, and I think that is a relevant precedent to take into account as you form your decision. Thank you.
I want to thank the honourable member. It will certainly be discussed amongst the House leaders. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond.
Allowed, I'll let the honourable member for... C'est pas Drummond, c'est...
Monsieur Champoux.
Oui.
Champoux, c'est Drummond.
Drummond? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Drummond. Point of order? No point of order, Mr. Speaker. If that's all, we will now move on.
Comme il est 3h27...
It being 3:27, pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-238 under private members' business. Call in the members.
Given that this is the first recorded division on a private member's business item in this Parliament, and with the implementation of hybrid sittings, I would like to take a moment to explain the new process to honourable members. Nous commençons d'abord.
We will start with the sponsor, regardless of whether he or she is participating in person or virtually.
To the vote for members participating in person who are in favour of the motion, beginning with the back row of the side of the House on which the sponsor sits. Les députés qui siègent de l'autre côté.
Members sitting on the other side of the House will then vote. Again, beginning with the back row. Those opposed to the motion will be called in the same order.
Même ordre. Finally, we will call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Soroya, seconded by Mr. Viss, moved that Bill C-238, an act to amend the Criminal Code, possession of unlawful imported firearms, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. We will start by the sponsor of the bill.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the bill.
We know that. Did we hear him? Or?
Yeah.
Mr. Soroya, can you state your intentions again, or your vote?
We didn't see him. Mr. Speaker, I vote for the bill. Vote for the.
Oh, there we are. I see some thumbs going up. I take it that's a yes. Okay. We will now proceed to members participating in person, starting with the sixth row. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Okay. Those on the fifth row at my left.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Those at the fourth row on my left. At the third row on my left.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
La deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
La première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Starting with the sixth row, all those on my right in favor of the motion, please rise. The fifth row on my right. The fourth row on my right. The third row on my right. The second row on my right. Et la première rangée à ma droite.
First row at my right.
Commençons par...
Starting with the sixth row, all those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
La cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row at my left.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Rangée à...
Third row at my left.
Matheson.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
Première rangée.
First row at my left.
Commençons par la sixième.
Starting with the sixth row, all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Fifth row on my right.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Fourth row on my right. Third row on my right.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Second row on my right. And first row on my right. We will now call members who are participating by a video conference, one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on only when voting. Les députés du Parti libéral.
Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Algabra.
Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Algabra, against. Contre.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Amos, contre. Against.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion aussi.
Ms. Anand, contre. Against.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Anandasankaree, against, contre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
I'll see if I can ask for it.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Mr. Arsenault, contre, against.
Mr. Aria.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aria, against, contre.
Mr. Badaway.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Badaway, against, contre.
Mr. Bagnall.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Bagnall, contre, against.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baines, against, contre.
Mr. Baker.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Baker, contre, against.
Mr. Batiste.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Batiste, against, contre.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, against, contre.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bendayan, contre, against.
Madame Bissette.
Contre.
Madame Bessette, pouvez-vous répondre encore? La caméra n'a pas déclenché.
Je vote contre la motion.
Merci.
Madame Bessette, contre, against.
Madame Bibeau.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bibeau, contre, against.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Biddle, against, contre.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blair, against, contre.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bertina, against, contre.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Brière, contre, against.
Mr. Carr.
Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carr, against, contre.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey, can you repeat? It wasn't clear.
Mr. Casey, contre, against.
Was that an against? Yep. Maybe just give us a show of a thumb just to confirm. Yes, okay, very good. Thank you.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Speaker, opposed.
Ms. Chagger, against, contre.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Champagne, contre, against.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Chen, contre, against.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Cormier, contre, against.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. de Bruzen, against, contre.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. DeMoff, against, contre.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, for.
Ms. Dillon.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Dillon, contre, against.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dong, against, contre.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Drouin, contre, against.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, contre, against.
Monsieur Duclos.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Duclos, contre, against.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, against, contre.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Zarowitz, contre, against.
Mr. Easter.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Easter, against, contre.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Assassi, against, contre.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Michel Khoury, contre, against.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ellis, against, contre.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, against, contre.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fergus, against, contre.
Mr. Finnegan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Finnegan, contre, against.
Mr. Fisher.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fisher, against, contre.
Mr. Fonseca.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fonseca, contre, against.
Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Fortier, contre, against.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Against.
Mr. Fagasaudas, against, contre.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fraser, against, contre.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Freeland, against, contre.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Garneau, contre, against.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Gould, against, contre.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Guilbeault, contre, against.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hardy, against, contre.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Holland, against, contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
My video because of delays. Look, I won't be able to vote at all.
I just want to remind the honourable members that if they aren't voting, please make sure that their microphone is off and their cameras stay on all the time. I'll let the honourable clerk continue.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Housefather, against, contre.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Hussain, contre, against.
Ms. Hutchings.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Hutchings, against, contre.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Yakano, against, contre.
Ms. Yin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Yin, contre, against.
Ms. Jazek.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Jazek, contre, against.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Joly, contre, against.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones, against, contre.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, against, contre.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Johari, against, contre.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Callaway, against, contre.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Khalid, against, contre.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kara, against, contre.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Koutrakis, contre, against.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kuzmaricek, against, contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Contre, against.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lambropoulos, contre, against.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lametti, contre, against.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Lamoureux, against, contre.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Madame Latanzio, against, contre.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lauzon, contre, against.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Leblanc, against, contre.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Le Boutillier, contre, against.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Lightbound, contre, against.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Lightbound, against, contre. Mr. Long, against, contre.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote against.
Mr. Longfield, against, contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, against, contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Cardigan, against contre.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
McKinnon, contre, against.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I'll vote against the motion.
Mr. Maloney, against, contre.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Martinez-Farada, contre, against.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, against, contre.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote contre.
Mr. McDonald, contre, against.
Mr. McGuinty.
I vote against the motion.
McGuinty, against, contre.
Mr. McKay.
Contre la motion.
Mr. McKay, contre, against.
Ms. McKenna.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Ms. McKenna, contre, against.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories, against, contre.
Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez.
Je vote contre.
Madame Mendez, contre, against.
Mr. Mendicino.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mendicino, against, contre.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Miller, contre, against.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote against.
Ms. Monsef, against, contre.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Morrissey, against, contre.
Ms. Murray.
I vote against.
Ms. Murray, against, contre.
Ms. Ng.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ng, against, contre.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. O'Connell, against, contre.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Oliphant, against, contre.
Mr. O'Regan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. O'Regan, contre, against.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, contre, against.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Pulowski, against, contre.
Ms. Qualtrough.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Qualtrough, against, contre.
Mr. Regan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Regan, against, contre.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Robillard, contre, against.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Rodriguez, contre, against.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rogers, against, contre.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mrs. Romanado, contre, against.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North, against, contre.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sajan, against, contre.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Sachs, against, contre.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sanson, contre, against.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sarai, can you repeat your vote?
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
We seem to have a problem. The camera isn't kicking in. Let me try one more time. Mr. Sarai, can you try again?
Muted now.
Oh, you're muted now. Maybe take the mute off.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Against, contre.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Scarpaleggia, against, contre.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Schiffke, contre, against.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Schultz, against, contre.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Seri, contre, against.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Screw, against, contre.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madam Shanahan, contre, against.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Sheehan, against, contre.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East, against, contre.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, against, contre.
Mr. Sims.
I vote against.
Mr. Sims, against, contre.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sobera, against, contre.
Mr. Spengeman.
Je suis contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Spengeman, pouvez-vous répéter s'il vous plaît?
Please repeat, Mr. Spengman.
Monsieur le Président, je suis contre la motion.
Merci.
Mr. Spengeman, contre, against.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Tassi, against, contre.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Trudeau, contre, against.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, against, contre.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, contre, against.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Vancouverden, contre, against.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion. Against.
Monsieur Vandal.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Vandal, against, contre.
And Ms. Vandenveld.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Vandenveld, against, contre.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vandenveld, Mr. Vaughan, yea, pour.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Varani, contre, against.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Weiler, against, contre.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, against, contre.
Ms. Yip.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Yip, against, contre.
Ms. Young.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Young, against, contre.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Zaid, against, contre.
Ms. Zan. Zan. Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Zuberi, contre, against.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Abul Taif.
I vote in support.
Mr. Abu Tayyaf, pour, yea.
Mr. Aitchison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aitchison, yea, pour.
Mr. Albus.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Albus, yea, pour.
Ms. Alislev.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Alislev, yea, pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, yea, pour.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, yea, pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, yea, pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, yea, pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, yea, pour.
Mr. Benzin.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Benson, yea pour.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote yes.
Ms. Bergen, yea pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Berthold, pourrez-vous répéter?
Mr. Berthold, please repeat your answer.
Je vote pour la motion.
Merci beaucoup.
Mr. Berthold, pour, yea.
Mr. Bazan.
Je vote pour la motion aussi.
Mr. Bazan, pour, yea.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse et Etchemin-Lévy. Les Etchemin-Lévy. Mrs. Block.
I vote for.
Mr. Bragdon.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bragdon, yea pour.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Broussard, yea pour.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, yea pour.
Mr. Carey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Carey, yea pour.
Mr. Chu.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Chu, yea pour.
Mr. Chong.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Chong, yea pour.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cooper, yea pour.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cumming, yea pour.
Mr. Dalton.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dalton, yea pour.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Dancho, yea pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, pour, yea.
Mr. Diot.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Diot, pour, yea pour.
Mr. Doherty.
I vote for, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doherty, pour, yes, pour.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dowdle, yea pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, yea pour.
Mr. Duncan. South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, pour, yea.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Epp, yea pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, yea pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, yea pour.
Mr. Fast.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fast, yea pour.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, pour, yea.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, yea pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, yea pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Généreux, pour, yea.
Ms. Gledoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gledoux, pour, yea.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Godin, yea pour.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Gould, pour, yea.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Gray, yea pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, yea pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hoback, yea pour.
Mrs. Janssen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Jensen, yea pour.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. General, yea pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, yea, pour.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, yea, pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, yea, pour.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kmitch, yea, pour.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, yea, pour.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Kuzi, yea, pour.
Mr. Lake.
Vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, yea, pour.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lawrence, yea, pour.
Monsieur Leroux.
For.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Leroux, yea, pour.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lewis Essex, yea, pour.
Mr. Leipert.
I support the motion.
Mr. Leipert, yea, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, yea, pour.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lobb, yea, pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lukiski, yea, pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McKenzie, yea, pour.
Mr. McGuire.
For.
Mr. McGuire, yea, pour.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mazer, yea, pour.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
I vote for the motion.
Holly Edmonton West, yea, pour.
Mr. McColman.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McColman, yea, pour.
Mr. McLean.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McLean, pour, yea.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou, yea, pour.
Mr. Malello.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Melillo, can you repeat, please? The camera did not kick in.
I vote for the motion.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Malello, pour, yea.
Mr. Moore.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, yea, pour.
Mr. Morantz.
I vote for the motion.
Morantz, yea, pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion. I vote for.
Maybe if I can get you to repeat one more time, and hopefully the camera will kick in this time.
I vote for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison, yea, pour.
Mr. Motts.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mott, yea, pour.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Nader, yea, pour.
Mr. O'Toole.
I vote for.
Mr. O'Toole, yea, pour.
Mr. Patzer.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, yea, pour.
Monsieur Paulus.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Paulus, pour, yea.
Mr. Podiev.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Podiev, yea, pour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Reyes, pour, yea.
Mr. Redekop.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, yea, pour.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Rempel Garner, yea, pour.
Ms. Rood. Ms. Rood.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Rood, yea, pour.
Mr. Ruff.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Ruff, yea, pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Hodas, Calgary Skyview, yea, pour.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shear, yea, pour.
Mr. Schmale.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, yea, pour.
Mr. Seaback.
I vote for.
Mr. Seaback, yea, pour.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Shields, yea, pour.
Ms. Shin.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Chin, yea, pour.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Shipley, yea, pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, yea, pour.
Mr. Stanton.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Stanton, yea, pour.
Mr. Strahl.
Yay.
Mr. Straw, yea, pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, yea, pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sweet, yea, pour.
Mr. Tucker.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tucker, yea, pour.
Mr. Upal.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Upal, yea, pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, yea, pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Vecchio, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Yeah. I vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Mrs. Vecchio, yea, pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Vidal, yea, pour.
Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Viss.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Viss, yea, pour.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, yea, pour.
Mr. Workington.
I vote yes.
Mr. Workington, yea, pour.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Waugh, yea, pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Weber, yea, pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Williamson, yea, pour.
Mrs. Wong.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, yea, pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, yea, pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour, yea.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Bergeron, yea, pour.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame Bérubé, pour, yea.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Pour. Merci.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchet, pour, yea.
Et Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca, pour, yea.
Monsieur Boudria.
Oh, merci.
Monsieur Boudria, pour, yea.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Brunet-Duceppe, pour, yea.
Madame Chabot. Madame Chabot. Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Champoux, pour, yea.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, pour, yea.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote pour.
Madame Desbiens, pour, yea.
Monsieur Désilet.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Désilet, pour, yea.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, pour, yea.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, pour, yea.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gill, pour, yea.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, pour, yea.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Michaud, pour, yea.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour.
Madame Normandin, pour, yay.
Madame Posey. Madame Posey. Monsieur Perron.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Perron, pour, yay.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour, yay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour, yay.
Monsieur Simard.
Pour.
Monsieur Simard, pour, yay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour, yay.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Pour, yay.
Monsieur Trudel.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Trudel, pour, yay.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Vignola, pour, yay.
The members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Angus.
Opposed.
Mr. Angus, against, contre.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote against.
Ms. Ashton, against, contre.
Mr. Backrack.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Backrack, against, contre.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blakey, against, contre.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
I vote against.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, against, contre.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Boulris, contre, against.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cannings, against, contre.
Ms. Collins.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Collins, against, contre.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Davies, contre, against.
Mr. Duval.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Duval, against, contre.
Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Garrison, against, contre.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Gazan, against, contre.
Mr. Green.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Green, contre, against.
Mr. Harris.
I vote
Harris.
against the motion.
Mr. Harris, against, contre.
Madame Hughes.
Je voterai contre la motion.
Madame Hughes, contre, against.
Mr. Johns.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Johns, against, contre.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Julian, contre, against.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kwan, against, contre.
Mr. McGregor.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGregor, against, contre.
Mr. Massey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Massey, against, contre.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. McPherson, against, contre.
Ms. Kakuk.
I vote against the motion.
Kirkuk, against, contre.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Atwin, against, contre.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Manley, against, contre.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands, against, contre.
Les députés indépendants.
Independent members.
Ratanzi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ratanzi, against, contre.
Mr. Sangha.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sangha, yay, pour.
Mr. Tabara.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sabara, against, contre.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, against, contre.
Assuming that you did not hear the question, or sorry, you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, merci. Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, contre, against.
Madame Chabot. Madame Chabot, vous êtes en sourdine?
Non, Monsieur le Président. Je vote pour la motion.
OK.
Madame Chabot, pour, yay.
Madame Posé. OK. Je crois, je ne la vois pas. Est-ce que... OK. Nous avons un pouce à l'air, alors c'est positif.
Pour la motion.
Pour, yay.
C'est super, parfait, merci. Monsieur Champagne.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
On l'avait déjà.
Madame Vandenbelt, nous avons déjà votre vote.
Oui.
We already have your vote, Ms. Vandenbelt. Okay, Mr. Van Biden as well.
Mr. Speaker, although I did vote, I wanted you to know that I had a temporary interruption with my video. I did hear the question, and I heard of all but 10 seconds.
Your vote will be counted, that's fine. Okay.
Le vote de M. Champagne avait été enregistré aussi.
OK, le vote de M. Champagne était enregistré aussi. OK, parfait.
Yeas pour 149, 149. Nays contre 169, 169.
I declare the motion defeated. Accordingly, no. Very good. Conformément à l'ordre adopté,
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-224 under private members' business.
The list of the members voting by video conference has now been established for the use by the table. The question is the following. Monsieur Sainte-Marie, appuyé par Monsieur
Mr. Sainte-Marie, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moved that Bill C-224, an act to amend an act to authorize the making of certain fiscal payments to provinces and to authorize the entry into tax collection agreements with provinces, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Nous allons commencer.
We will start with the sponsor of the bill.
Oui. Je vote en faveur de ma motion.
Mr. Sainte-Marie, pour, yay.
We will now proceed to members participating in person, starting with the sixth row. All those on my left in favor of the motion, please rise.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Ms. Matheson.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Première rangée.
First row at my left.
Deltel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Commençons par la sixième.
Starting with the sixth row, All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my right.
Fourth row on my right. Third row on my right. Second row on my right. First row on my right. Commençons par la...
Starting with the sixth row, all those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rang.
Fifth row on my left.
Fourth row on my left. Troisième rangée à ma...
Third row on my left.
At my left. Première rangée à ma...
First row on my left.
Starting with the sixth row, all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row
Mrs.
on my
McCrimmon.
right.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row on my right.
First row on my right. We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list that we have at the table. Lorsque on appellera votre nom.
After you've been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone turned on only when voting.
Voter. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Algabra.
Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Algabra, against. Contre.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Amos, against. Contre.
Ms. Anand.
Je vote contre la motion aussi.
Pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Je vote contre la motion aussi.
Merci.
Madame Anand, contre, against.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ananda Sangari, against. Contre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Mr. Arsenault, contre, against.
Mr. Aria.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aria, against. Contre.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Badaway, against. Contre.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Bagnall, contre, against.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baines, against. Contre.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Baker, contre, against.
Mr. Batiste.
I vote against.
Mr. Batiste, against. Contre.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, against. Contre.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bendayan, contre, against.
Madame Bissette.
Je vote contre.
Madame Bissette, contre, against.
Madame Bibot.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bibot, contre, against.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Biddle, against. Contre.
Mr. Blair.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blair, against. Contre.
Mr. Bertina.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bertina, against. Contre.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Brière, contre, against.
Mr. Carr.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carr, against. Contre.
Mr. Casey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Casey, against. Contre.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. Speaker, against.
Ms. Chagger, against. Contre.
Monsieur Champagne.
Je suis contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Champagne, contre, against.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Chen, against. Contre.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Cormier, contre, against.
Ms. de Bruzen.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. de Brusen, against. Contre.
Ms. DeMoff.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. DeMoff, against. Contre.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dhaliwal, against. Contre.
Ms. Dillon.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Dillon, against, contre.
Mr. Dong.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dong, against, contre.
Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Dubourg, contre, against.
Monsieur Duclos.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Duclos, contre, against.
Mr. Duguid.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Duguid, against, contre.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, against, contre.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Zarowitz, against, contre.
Mr. Easter.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Easter, against, contre.
Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Assassi, against, contre.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Phew, I almost...
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. El-Khoury, contre, against.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Ellis, against, contre.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, against, contre.
Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fergus, contre, against.
Mr. Fillmore.
Against the motion.
Mr. Fillmore, against, contre.
Mr. Finnegan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Finnegan, against, contre.
Mr. Fisher.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fisher, against, contre.
Mr. Fonseca.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fonseca, against, contre.
Madame Fortier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Fortier, contre, against.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Against.
Mr. Fragiscatos, against, contre.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fraser, against, contre.
Ms. Freeland.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Freeland, against, contre.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Garneau, contre, against.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Gould, against, contre.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Mr. Guilbeault, contre, against.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hardy, against, contre.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote. Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Holland, against, contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Housefather, contre, against.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Hussain, contre, against.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Hutchings, against, contre.
Monsieur Yacano.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Yacano, contre, against.
Ms. Ian. Ms. Ian.
Contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ian, contre, against.
Ms. Jazik.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jazik, against, contre.
Madame Joly.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Madame Joly, contre, against.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones, against, contre.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, against, contre.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Johari, against, contre.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kellaway, against, contre.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Khalid, against, contre.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Cara, against, contre.
Madame Koutrakis.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Koutrakis, contre, against.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kuzmaricek, against, contre.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Lalonde, contre, against.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Je vote contre. I vote against.
Madame Lambropoulos, contre, against.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lametti, contre, against.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lamoureux against, contre.
Madame Natanzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Madame Natanzio against, contre.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lauzon contre, against.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Leblanc contre, against.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Le Boutillier contre, against.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lightbound contre, against.
Mr. Long.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Long against, contre.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote against.
Mr. Longfield against, contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga against, contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan against, contre.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau contre, against.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Maloney against, contre.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Martinez-Farada contre, against.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge against, contre.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote contre.
Mr. McDonald contre, against.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGinty against, contre.
Mr. McKay.
Against.
Mr. McKay against, contre.
Ms. McKenna.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. McKenna against, contre.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam contre, against.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories against, contre.
Mr. Mendocino.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mendocino against, contre.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Miller contre, against.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote against.
Ms. Monsef contre, against.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Morrissey contre, against.
Ms. Murray.
Je vote contre.
Ms. Murray contre, against.
Ms. Ing.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ing contre, against.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. O'Connell against, contre.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Oliphant against, contre.
Mr. O'Regan.
Vote against the motion.
Mr. O'Regan against, contre.
Ms. Pitspa Taylor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor against, contre.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Pulowski against, contre.
Ms. Qualtrough.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Qualtrough against, contre.
Mr. Regan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Regan contre, against.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Robillard contre, against.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Rodriguez contre, against.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rogers against, contre.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mrs. Romanado contre, against.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North against, contre.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Saini contre, against.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sajan against, contre.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sachs against, contre.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sanson contre, against.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sarai against, contre.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Scarpalegia against, contre.
Monsieur Shifke.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Shifke against, contre.
Mrs. Schultz.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Schultz against, contre.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Je serai contre, against.
Ms. Scrow.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Scrow, against, contre.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madam Shanahan, contre, against.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, against, contre.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East, against, contre.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, against, contre.
Mr. Sims.
I vote against.
No video for Mr. Sims.
Can I ask you to repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Thank you, Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims, against, contre.
Mr. Sorbara.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sorbara, contre, against.
Mr. Spengeman.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Spengeman, against, contre.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Ms. Tassi, against, contre.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Monsieur Trudeau, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît,
Please repeat, Mr. Trudeau. The camera didn't catch.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Merci.
Mr. Trudeau, contre, against.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, against, contre.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, contre, against.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Van Couverden, contre, against.
Monsieur Vandal.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Vandal, contre, against.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Vandenbeld, against, contre.
Mr. Vaughn.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Vaughan, against, contre.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Varani, against, contre.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Weiler, contre, against.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, against, contre.
Ms. Yip.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Yip, contre, against.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur le Président, je suis contre la motion.
Madame Young, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Please repeat. The camera did not turn on.
Madame Young?
Ms. Young?
Monsieur le Président, je suis contre la motion.
Merci beaucoup.
Madame Young, contre, against.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Zaid, against, contre.
Ms. Zan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mrs. Zan, contre, against.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Zuberi, contre, against.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Aboutayev, pour, yea.
Mr. Aitchison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aitchison, yea, pour.
Mr. Albus.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Albus, pour, yea.
Ms. Alislev.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alistav, yea, pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, yea, pour.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, yea, pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, yea, pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, yea, pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, yea, pour.
Mr. Benson.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Benson, yea, pour.
Ms. Bergen.
I vote yes.
Ms. Bergen, yea, pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Berthold, pour, yea.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Speaker, please mark me down as a yes.
Mr. Bazan, yea pour.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis, pour, yea.
Mrs. Block.
I vote in favor.
Mrs. Block, yea pour.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, yea pour.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Broussard, yea pour.
Mr. Culkins.
I vote in favor. I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Culkins, yea pour.
Mr. Carey.
I vote for.
Mr. Carey, yea pour.
Mr. Chu.
I'm in support of the motion.
Mr. Chu, yea pour.
Mr. Chong.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Chong, yea pour.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cooper, yea pour.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Cumming, yea pour.
Mr. Dalton.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Dalton, yea pour.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Dancho, yea pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. D'Entremont pour, yea.
Mr. Diot.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Diot, yea pour.
Mr. Doherty.
In favor.
Mr. Doherty, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr.
Thank
Doherty, yea pour.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdle, yea pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, yea pour.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, yea pour.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, yea pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, yea pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, yea pour.
Mr. Fast.
I vote for the motion.
Fast pour, yea.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, for, yea.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, yea pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, yea pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Généreux, pour, yea.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Jennis, yea pour.
Ms. Gladue.
I vote for the motion.
Du, yea pour.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Godin, pour, yea.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gourde, yea pour.
Mrs. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Gray, yea pour.
Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, yea pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, yea pour.
Mrs. Jansen.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jensen, yea pour.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. General, yea pour.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, yea pour.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, yea pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, yea pour.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for.
Mr. Kmitch, yea pour.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, yea pour.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Cousy, pour, yay.
Mr. Lake.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, pour, yay.
Mr. Lawrence.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lawrence, yay, pour.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Lew, pour, yay.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lewis Essex, yay, pour.
Mr. Liepert.
I support the motion.
Mr. Liepert, yay, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, yay, pour.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote in support of the motion.
Mr. Lobb, yay, pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
In favor?
Mr. Lukisi, yay, pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
In favor?
Mr. McKenzie, yay, pour.
Mr. McGuire.
For.
Mr. McGuire, yay, pour.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, yay, pour.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West, yay, pour.
Mr. McColman.
In favor.
Mr. McColman, yay, pour.
Mr. McLean.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. McLean, pour, yay.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I vote in favor.
Ms. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou, yay, pour.
Mr. Malello.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Malello, pour, yay.
Mr. Moore.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, yay, pour.
Mr. Morantz.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morantz, yay, pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, yay, pour.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Motts, yay, pour.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Nader, yay, pour.
Mr. O'Toole.
Je vote pour.
Mr. O'Toole, pour, yay.
Mr. Patzer.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Patzer, yay, pour.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Paulus, pour, yay.
Mr. Poliev.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Poliev, yay, pour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Reyes, yay, pour.
Mr. Redekop.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, yay, pour.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Rempel Garner, yay, pour.
Ms. Rude.
Hello? Oui, bonjour.
I vote for the motion.
Richard, ça va bien?
Pierre, your mic is on.
I believe the mic's off now.
Mr. Ruff.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Ruff, yay, pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahodas, Calgary Skyview, yay, pour.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Soroy, yay, pour.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shear, yay, pour.
Mr. Schmale.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, yay, pour.
Mr. Seaback.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Seaback, pour, yay.
Mr. Shields.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Shields, yay, pour.
Ms. Shin.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Ms. Chin, yay, pour.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Shipley, yay, pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, yay, pour.
Mr. Stanton.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Stanton, pour, yay.
Mr. Strahl.
Yay.
Mr. Straw, yay, pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, yay, pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sweet, yay, pour.
Mr. Tucker.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Tucker, yay, pour.
Mr. Upal.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hooper, yea, pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
I vote for the motion.
Yea, pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, yea, pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Vidal, yea, pour.
Mr. Viersen.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Viersen, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Is the arm on your headset down by chance?
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Viersen, yea, pour.
Mr. Viss.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Viss, yea, pour.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Monsieur Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, pour, yea.
Mr. Workington.
I vote yes.
Mr. Workington, yea, pour.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Waugh, can we get you to repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Okay, I vote in favor.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Waugh, yea, pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for.
Mr. Weber, yea, pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote yes in favor.
Mr. Williamson, yea, pour.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, yea, pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, yea, pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
The Bloc québécois members.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Beaulieu, pour, yea.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Bergeron, yea, pour.
Madame Bérubé.
Je suis en faveur.
Madame Bérubé, pour, yea.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Pour. Merci.
Monsieur Blanchette, pour, yea.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchette, Jonca, pour, yea.
Monsieur Boudria.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Baudrillard, pour, yea.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour,
Madame,
yea.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour.
Madame Chabot, pour, yea.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote en faveur.
Monsieur Champoux, yea, pour.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, pour, yea.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote pour, merci.
Madame Desbiens, pour, yea.
Monsieur Désilet.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Désilets, pour, yea.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, pour, yea.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, pour, yea.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gill, pour, yea.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur.
Monsieur Lemire, pour, yea.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Michaud, pour, yea.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin, pour, yea.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé, pour, yea.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Perron, pour, yea.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je suis pour.
Plamondon, pour, yea.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour, yea.
Monsieur Simard.
Pour la motion, merci.
Monsieur Simard, pour, yea.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Monsieur Thériault, pour, yea.
Monsieur Trudel.
Pour, merci.
Monsieur Trudel, pour, yea.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame Vignola, pour, yea.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Ashton, pour, yea.
Mr.
yay pour.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Blakey pour, yay.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
I vote for.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, yay pour.
Monsieur Boulris.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Boulris, yay pour.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Cannings, yay pour.
Ms. Collins.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Collins pour, yay.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Davies pour, yay.
Mr. Duval.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duval, the camera. Yeah.
Mr. Duval, can I get you to repeat, please? The camera did not kick in.
I vote for the motion.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Duval, yay pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Garrison, can you repeat, please?
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Garrison, yay pour.
Ms. Gazan.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gazan pour, yay.
Mr. Green.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur pour la motion.
Mr. Green pour, yay.
Mr. Harris.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris, yay pour.
Madame Hughes.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Hughes, yay pour.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, yay pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, yay pour.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, can I get you to repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Okay, I vote for the motion.
Maybe try again. Try the arm on your headset. Make sure it's down and it's near your mouth.
Okay, I vote for the motion.
There we go. Thank you.
Ms. Kwan, yay pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Oui, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McGregor pour, yay.
Mr. Massey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Massey, yay pour.
Ms. McPherson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Ms. McPherson pour, yay.
Ms. Kakuk.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Kirkuk pour, yay.
Independent members.
Green Party.
Oh, sorry. The Green Party members.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Atwin, yay pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Manley, nay, contre.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, against, contre.
Independent members.
Ms. Ratanzi.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ratanzi, against, contre.
Mr. Sangha.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sangha, yay pour.
Mr. Tabara.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tabara, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tabara, against, contre.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, against, contre.
Si vous entendu la question et
Assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize you.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Mendes, contre, against.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Mr. Drouin, contre, against.
Okay. Well done.
Yeas pour 174, 174. Nays contre 153, 153.
Je déclare la motion adoptée. En conséquence,
Lecture de ce projet de loi. Second reading of this bill.
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est envoyé au Comité permanent de finances.
I declare this referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Bow River, Agriculture and Agri-Food. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, Taxation. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Canada Revenue Agency. Okay. We haven't gone through the... Okay, very good. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Tabling of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Sending reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
She is on mute.
I believe you're on mute. The Honourable Member's on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the following report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, the third report entitled The Good Friday Accord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député, the Honourable Member for Ottawa West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am here today to present petition E2740 on Holocaust education with 747 signatures, including former Prime Ministers Joe Clark and Paul Martin. The petitioners are concerned about increasing anti-Semitism and the fact that there are fewer survivors alive to tell the stories to young people about the horrors of the Holocaust. They're calling for increased investment in Holocaust education, research, and remembrance, especially to reach young people, and also funding to preserve the testimony of survivors. And I think it's particularly fitting that I'm raising this petition today on International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We, the undersigned citizens of Canada, draw the attention of the House of Commons to the following. Whereas a new report published by the Associated Press has revealed that there has been an ongoing campaign of Uyghur birth suppression by the Chinese Communist Party, which includes methods such as forced sterilization and abortion, and whereas in addition to the recent news of coordinated Uyghur birth suppression, there's also a body of mounting evidence showing that the Uyghurs are being subject to political and anti-religious indoctrination, arbitrary detention, separation of children from families, invasive surveillance, destruction of cultural sites, forced labor, and even forced organ harvesting. Moreover, it's estimated that up to 3 million Uyghurs and other Muslim minorities have been detained in what's been described as concentration camps. And whereas evidence now makes it clear that the Chinese government's treatment of the Uyghurs meets most, if not all, of the criteria for genocide, as outlined in the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crimes of Genocide, and whereas Canada cannot remain silent in the face of this ongoing atrocity, therefore we, the undersigned, call on the House of Commons to take the following actions to address the situation. Formally recognize the Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide. Use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act, and sanction those who are responsible for the heinous crimes being committed against the Uyghur peoples.
I want to remind the honourable members to be as concise as humanly possible when they report on the petition that they're presenting. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Abbotsford. The honourable member for Abbotsford. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's particularly important today on Holocaust Remembrance Day to be raising a petition about the failure of us collectively to live up to the promise of never again. Despite the promise of never again after the Holocaust, there have been many, many instances since of genocides targeting minority communities, and in particular right now we have the ongoing genocide of the Uyghur people. This is a genocide that has been clearly identified by the Subcommittee on International Human Rights on an all-party basis, and petitioners recognizing that, recognizing various independent studies and reports, satellite imagery and so forth, are calling on the government of Canada and Parliament to recognize clearly that what is happening right now in East Turkestan does constitute a genocide. The evidence is there. Petitioners are calling on the government to recognize that and to recognize our responsibility to protect, to respond through measures such as Magnitsky sanctions, holding perpetrators of this horrific violence accountable for that, Magnitsky sanctions targeting individuals involved in that violence, as well as measures to address problems in our supply chains whereby we are importing products produced by slave labor. Any measures that the government has announced up till now on this constitute window dressing and are totally ineffective at addressing the substantive issues. Petitioners are calling on the House and the government to act swiftly to recognize this genocide and seek justice for victims. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a lawyer, former judge on the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and lifelong advocate for human rights, I am distressed by the atrocities committed against the Uyghur Muslims in China. Forced sterilization, arbitrary detentions, and anti-religious indoctrination is simply unacceptable. There is no place for this in our world. That is why I present this petition today, which also calls on the Liberal government to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China are being subjected to genocide and impose Magnitsky sanctions on those responsible. Thank you.
Good evening. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to table e-petition 3066, which was signed by 7,312 Canadians. The petitioners are concerned that 441,000 Canadians received letters stating that they may have to pay back the CERB due to ineligibility. They note that the government has admitted that it was not clear about CERB eligibility for self-employed workers, that CRA agents provided incorrect information, and even government MPs did not know the rules. Many self-employed Canadians will have a great deal of difficulty repaying this emergency benefit that they applied for in good faith. The petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to retroactively allow self-employed Canadians to use their gross pre-tax income before business expenses when determining their CERB eligibility. Thank you.
Can we resume debate with, sorry, questions on the other paper? The honourable, do I read the question? I read the question? No. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House. His mic is on, but not his camera.
His camera appears to be on, but when he unmutes, there's no...
We're having issues with your unmuting, Mr. to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Maybe unplug and replug your headset. Jerry.
Testing. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Have the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have agreement? So, questions allowed. And now we go back to orders of the day and resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Okay, so orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-14, Economic Statement Implementation Act 2020.
Hold on. I do. So I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 89 minutes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence, to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Northern Affairs.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know it can be trying days for you in your seat, but we certainly appreciate all you do to serve us in the House of Commons. Thank you very much for recognizing me today, and I'm very pleased to speak on this bill. First of all, I'd like to give an update on what's been happening in my riding with regard to vaccines. As you know, I represent a northern region, Indigenous northern region of Canada. And I'm very pleased to say that First Nations communities have been vaccinated, and a number of our Inuit communities as well. Most of in fact, all long-term care residents have received a vaccine here, and their staff and other communities in the southern region of Labrador is now been scheduled for vaccines. So I'm really pleased to see how this is rolling out and serving the people of Canada and the people that I represent. You know, we're very strong Canadians, and I don't need to stand anywhere in this country to say that. We know that. We live that experience every day. And we're known to care for each other. So this pandemic is unprecedented in terms of something we've never seen or experienced before in this country, but our response to it in terms of caring and supporting one another is something we've become all too familiar with as Canadians. When government and Canadians was informed of this pandemic and the coronavirus, as we learned what it meant, what it would mean in terms of the health of Canadians, but also what it would mean in terms of the economics of our country. There was no blueprint or manual as to how government should manage their way through this, how you keep Canadians safe during a time like this. So it was very much uncharted territory for the Prime Minister, for leading scientists and researchers, for health organizations and institutions, and for all of us as politicians and as citizens. We know that it would require courage, it would require outward thinking and strength, and drawing up on Canada's best, very best that we have in both the scientific community, in our healthcare facilities, in our research and institutions, and everyone stepped up. You know, the media even stepped up. I saw the media go to reporting the facts and informing and educating Canadians, and not just editorializing everything that was happening. And I think that's so important because today in the country, we often see journalism become more about editorials as opposed to reporting facts and information. The pandemic really, I think the media did well in this pandemic in informing Canadians. But, you know, people all across the country, right across Canada, they work from their kitchen tables to make masks to keep each other safe. They work from their home-based businesses. They worked within their homes to do their own jobs. Students all across the country studied from laptops and finished up high school and university degrees. It was remarkable, the adjustment that so many Canadians had to make. And, you know, when storefronts were closed down and some are continuing to be closed down across Canada, you know, businesses started to deliver. They were not going to see people stuck. So everyone did their part. Everyone stepped up, and they've continued to step up. They have not stopped. Well, as a government, we as well stepped up, and we have not stopped. And we won't stop. And this fiscal economic statement, that's what it's about. It's about how you support Canadians at a time when they need it. You know, as I said before, not only the government, but our Prime Minister had to enter uncharted waters. This was a world that came to a halt. And sometimes we fail to realize the huge significance of what this pandemic has meant to so many. But not only did the world come to a halt, but Canada was vulnerable. We were vulnerable for the first time in many generations in our lives. So protecting people's health 24/7 and rising to that responsibility was left solely to the leadership of government and of Canadians. So the pandemic required the best of all of us. And I think it still requires the best of all of us. I'm very proud of how the Government of Canada has stepped up for Canadians. I have seen firsthand in my riding the significance of government investments, of government care, of government outreach, and how it has made this pandemic a little easier on a lot of people. You know, in the last few weeks, there's been a lot of bantering back and forth from the opposition about the pandemic and the vaccine itself. And I listened very carefully to what the Prime Minister had to say a few days ago. And when he talked about the urgency of Canadians to ensure that we had access to these life-saving vaccines as rapidly as possible, and that our government was operating with a sense of urgency every single day. Canadians know that, and they understand that. With more than 1.1 million vaccines already distributed across the country to date, not only is Canada among the top 5 G20 nations for COVID-19 vaccines, but we were also on the top 2 contributors to COVAX to ensure that there would be equitable access to vaccines around the world, because that's what we do. We are Canada. Even if no additional vaccines are approved, the Minister of Health have said this, the Prime Minister have said this, many others in the country have said this, the people who have led behind the scenes to acquire those vaccines and to do the necessary work that had to be done. They have said over and over again that even if no additional vaccines are approved by Health Canada, we remain on track to receive 6 million vaccines by the end of March, 20 million between April and June, and a total of over 70 million doses by the end of September. So our government has been on top of this. And I think that focusing on politics right now, holding government accountable is a good thing. But focusing on politics for the sake of politics on issues like what's happening around this vaccine does a disservice to all Canadians. It creates fear where there should be none. Mr. Speaker, I hear every day as the opposition talk about how government has invested in people through this vaccine, that we are spending too much money. One day they tell us we're not spending enough. The next day they tell us we are spending too much money. Well, I'd like to review a couple of things because I live in a province of Newfoundland and Labrador today, where without the help and the assistance of the federal government, not only would our communities be experiencing tremendous challenge, but our people would be left behind without the supports that the federal government stepped up to provide to people across this country, across Newfoundland and Labrador, where I live, across my riding, one of the most rural northern ridings in Canada. It has made a difference. I have seen through the government of Canada in this pandemic, the Canada Health transfer increase in this province by $13 million over the last year because it was necessary to support the health of the people that live here. I seen them launch over nearly $150 million to Newfoundland and Labrador through the Safe Restart Agreement. That agreement allowed them to look at testing capacity, to do tracing on people, to look at public health data, to look at ways to fight this pandemic, to keep the people of our province safe. That was a priority. That's not a waste of Canadian taxpayers' money. That's about saving lives. And that's why I'm always so taken back when I hear the Conservative Opposition Party in particular continuously harp on the government for how we have stepped up for Canadians. You know, I wish that no life could have been lost, just like every single person in this House of Commons. And you know something? Every step has been taken.
I'm sorry to inform the honourable member, but we are out of time and we have to go to questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada received 8% of the doses the Prime Minister promised for this period. My colleague said that there's fear where there should be none, and I actually agree with her. This week at the Roberta Place long-term care facility, over 40 people died of COVID-19. Healthcare workers that had a dose of vaccine don't know when they're getting their second one. Many don't have it at all. There's fear there. There's actual fear, and the fear is legitimate. And this week, Canada got no doses of vaccine. So I'm just wondering if she can put aside everything she said for a moment. She said, this is about how you support Canadians at a time when they need it. And Canadians need vaccines. We don't have it. So does she think it's acceptable that those residents who died didn't receive the vaccine because the Prime Minister could only deliver 8% of the doses of vaccines that he committed to just a month ago?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for the question because there is a lot of fear mongering, and unfortunately, a lot of it is unwarranted. We know that, and we wish that every Canadian from day one could have accessed this vaccine. We wish that today every Canadian in this country could access this vaccine, and every Canadian around the world. But government has stepped up. The government, the team of people within Health Canada, the people within procurement, the leading people that have been a part of this pandemic has done what has been necessary to secure those vaccines. And the member opposite knows that we are on schedule. It has been said over and over again that we are on schedule to ensure that the vaccines that have been procured for Canadians will be received by Canadians during the target dates that were projected. To do anything outside of that is pure political, and the member knows that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Labrador for her speech. And I would agree with her to the extent that, we did what we had to do. We provided financial supports to the millions of Canadian workers and the millions of small businesses who were really struggling or just in desperate straits because of COVID. But now I'm hearing from concerns from a lot of my constituents about how do we pay for this? And, the NDP says, well, the people who did very well during COVID should be the ones that pay, the ultra rich. And I'm just wondering if she would agree with the NDP that we need a wealth tax on those super wealthy Canadians who have more than $20 million in assets to pay for this, the amount that we have spent to make sure that no Canadians were left behind.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague for his questions. When it comes to the investments that we've made in the Canadians, all of those investments were necessary. Whether it was the Canada Child Care Benefit, which increased payments to families, whether it was the bonus or the small grants that we gave out to seniors across the country, whether it was the money we invested with businesses so that they didn't all go bankrupt during this pandemic and this crisis, the support we gave to workers that were necessary. But I really believe in this country, and I believe that when you invest properly, you generate revenue on those investments. The Government of Canada, we are positioning ourselves not just for safe restart, but we're positioning this country right now for future economic growth, to work with businesses, to work with industry, to work with Canadians, to ensure that we can create those new jobs, build on that new revenue, generate that new economy that we feel is within our grasp. In terms of taxation in this country, we are the government that stepped up to increase taxes on Canada's wealthiest individuals. We have done that. We have a fair tax regime right now, and I am very proud that we were able to do that. But we have to be as well fair to those that are in need, those that needed us, the most vulnerable. The money I seen going into food banks, into homeless shelters, into women's centers, it made a huge difference in the lives of so many people. I would never stand in this country and judge whether that...
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And seeing as this is my first speech in 2021, I want to start off by wishing all of my colleagues a Happy New Year, but also a Happy New Year to my constituents, the great constituents of Cowichan Malahat Langford. And I know we are all very, very, very hopeful that this is the year when we finally turn things around. Madam Speaker, the experiences of this pandemic have shown that we are, in fact, not all in this together. What is closer to the truth is that we are in the same storm, but we are in different boats. And some of those boats have certainly been much better at weathering this storm than others. And indeed, many, to continue with the metaphor, have sunk. We have people right across this country who are in extremely dire straits. And in the immediate future, things are not going to get better. We're still in a very, very rough patch. All around my riding, I've been witness to people who have lost their jobs, to small businesses that have shuttered their doors forever, and many that are very much struggling to stay afloat. And it's a very open question as to whether they will continue to be able to do so. We are now dealing with an outbreak in a local First Nations. Cowichan Tribes has seen an outbreak of COVID-19, and unfortunately that has led to a strong rash of racist incidents, which I'm joining with other community leaders in my riding to condemn. I also want to acknowledge that many people have stepped up to the plate to support those who have been affected by the pandemic. And I really want to acknowledge the work of the local chambers of commerce. I have 5 chambers of commerce in my riding, and they have all been very strong advocates for their members and for the needs of small businesses throughout the region. Families and workers, they continue to be concerned about the impacts of job losses and the worsening situation that we find in ourselves. Yet when we come to actual measures that are going to provide the assistance, what we see in Bill C-14, unfortunately, while some are good, unfortunately, it's a continuation of half measures. And I think given the magnitude of the COVID-19 pandemic, where we've been, where we are, and where we are going to continue going for the foreseeable future, I believe that it is extremely important for us as a House of Commons to seize this opportunity to strengthen our social safety net by investing in the programs that directly help people. You know, from the beginning, the goal of our caucus, the NDP caucus, has been to get more help to more people more quickly. And that has always been our focus for the last 10 months. And I believe that we were very successful in leveraging our position in a minority parliament by working with the government and with our conservative colleagues to make sure that we could do things like increasing the amounts of the emergency response benefit. We managed to get that increased to $2,000 a month, and we also managed to get it extended. By also working, like it was great to see our leader, the member for Burnaby South, join with the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, with unions like UFCW, Unifor, and the Steelworkers to ask the government to increase the wage subsidy from the initial 10% to 75%. We have consistently pushed for more and stronger payments for students, for seniors, and for persons with disabilities. And we were able to secure Canada's very first paid sick leave, something that is incredibly important in the middle of a health crisis, because we don't want to see workers making that impossible choice between their health and their ability to earn money. And if we are going to get through this pandemic, we absolutely must give workers a way to stay at home if they're feeling sick, a way to not put anyone else in danger from catching COVID-19. You know, I went back to look at the finance minister's speech when she delivered it back in November, the fall economic statement. And of course, Bill C-14, the bill that we're discussing today, is meant to be the implementation act of that speech. And, you know, I think it's quite clear to all parliamentarians that we are not going to effectively get through this crisis, through this pandemic, until we see a very strong rollout of Canada's vaccines. And I know that the government has consistently come forward with the message of how much it's invested in vaccine agreements, how much it's secured in a domestic supply. But I think one thing that's become quite clear over the last number of weeks is that there are some holes. And this is really not to play politics about it, but it's really our job in the opposition to hold the government to account, to ask those probing questions. Why is there a delay in the vaccine rollout? Why is Canada not receiving any doses on some weeks and going forward? And, you know, my colleague, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, in the emergency debate last night, you know, he referenced the fact that this is the third time in 2 weeks that the federal government's delivery schedule was revised downward. So Canadians do have questions about that, and I believe that it's incumbent upon the federal government, the Liberals, to be upfront and honest about where we're at currently and to provide answers to those very important questions. Now, when we look at Bill C-14, the actual bill itself, it's proposing a series of measures, including allowances for young children, a suspension of interest on student loans, and an increase in the borrowing limit. And I know my Conservative colleagues have great concerns over that, but you know, if we look at the times that we're in, the desperate times that we're in, we absolutely need to have the federal government step in and provide that important backstop, because the alternative is that we will have more and more businesses falter, never to open their doors again, and having us try to recover from the economic circumstances that we find ourselves in will take so much longer. I wanted to concentrate on one particular aspect of the bill that I think has great significance for my riding. That was, you know, acknowledging the fact that $64.4 million is being allocated for mental health and substance use in the context of COVID-19. Here in the Cowichan Valley, as indeed in many parts of the country, we are still suffering through an opioids epidemic. And indeed, British Columbia had posted record numbers last year of the number number of deaths from opioids overdose. So we have consistently asked the government, the federal government, to step in to do more to address this crisis, to provide more financial resources to the provinces to declare that national health emergency, but also to start finally treating this problem like a health issue, the health issue that it is. And that means we have to seriously look at criminal justice reforms, at decriminalizing possession of small amounts of illicit substances so that people are not having to fear the criminality of their actions and can actually get the help that they need. I think there were some missed opportunities, as I alluded to earlier. If we're going to make those bold policy fixes that are truly going to help Canadians get out of this, we need to see those massive investments in childcare. It's one thing to give parents a financial contribution, but they won't be able to make much use of it if the childcare spaces are not available. And I know for parents in Langford, which is one of the most rapidly growing urban centers in all of Canada, full of young families, the lack of availability of good childcare places is a huge concern to so many young families. Similarly, on pharmacare, I mean, I'm glad to see the member from New Westminster, Burnaby, stepping up to the plate with his bill C213, which is actually going to put Liberal promises into NDP action. This is going to make a huge difference. That, along with dental care and actually addressing some of the real costs that so many working families have with their family budgets. And we really need to have a serious conversation on how we're going to finance all of this. And that means that we have to have a serious talk about implementing a wealth tax and making sure that those very wealthy individuals and corporations who benefited off of this pandemic, who have made profits in the billions of dollars, that they are contributing their fair share, and that the payment does not fall on the shoulders of working families. I also want to address quickly, Madam Speaker, before I conclude here, the Liberals also missed a golden opportunity to fix the wage subsidy, in that startups, those that did not have payroll accounts before March 15th of 2020, they still cannot qualify for the emergency wage subsidy. And I have one business in particular, V2V Black Hops Brewery, amazing social enterprise that does work in my riding for veterans. It cannot qualify for the wage subsidy because of the payroll account issue. So I implore my Liberal colleagues to please fix that in legislation. And this was a missed opportunity. So I see my time is coming to an end, Madam Speaker. I'll leave it there just by saying that Canadians can no longer wait for half measures. We need that bold, decisive action. And I'll conclude there, and I welcome any questions that my colleagues may have. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I apologize to my colleague. I was listening to his discussion towards the end there about the wage subsidy, and in particular what he was looking for that he thinks needs to get fixed in order to make it better. I'm wondering if he could just repeat and possibly elaborate on that point so that it's clear. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question because it allows me to go in a little bit more detail. So the small business that I've been trying to help, because they did not have a payroll account number established before March 15th of 2020, they have been unable to qualify for the wage subsidy. But they have been going through 10 months of the pandemic, just like every other small business. But not having that wage subsidy has been absolutely detrimental to their business. So I think the Liberals really need to look at startups and businesses that haven't qualified to see how can we in fact help them get the wage subsidy, because we're going to be in this storm for a few months longer, and they desperately need that help. So I implore them to please commit to action on that front.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to the speech of my colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford. Two things are really striking, in my opinion. First, Canada-wide programs interfere with Quebec's responsibilities and jurisdiction. My colleague mentioned the daycare program. Well, Quebec already has a daycare program. We don't want to pay twice. We don't want to do twice the work. Second thing, the colleague mentioned his colleague from New Westminster Burnaby's pharmacare program. Well, in Quebec, we've had our own pharmacare program for quite some time now. The Section 92A from the British North America Act, from the Constitutional Act, says so, that it's our jurisdiction. So what does my colleague think of this? Quebec has already made its views very clear. Quebec would like the right to opt out with full compensation. Does my colleague respect Quebec's decisions and autonomy? The Honourable Member.
Well, Madam Speaker, I guess how I would respond to my colleague from the bloc is by pointing out the Canada Health Act. The Canada Health Act is a perfect example of federal legislation that still respects provincial autonomy and jurisdiction in healthcare. It sets up, 5 priorities on how provinces can qualify for those federal health transfers, and it ensures that we have a public, universally funded system right across the country, so that no matter what part of this great country a person resides in, they have that access to the same kind of care. That's the kind of model that I think we can use federally, that also respects federal or provincial jurisdiction, but allows us to play a strong federal role in making sure that a Canadian, no matter what part of the country they live in, has access to those same great services that they do require and need. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened with great interest to my neighbor's speech, and I think he really did a good job of laying out where we're at present. What I'm hearing in my riding is, of course, that most people are still very much in the pandemic. And while we need to think about what's ahead, we also need to take care of those who are in need now. So I wonder if you could comment on the phenomena we're seeing where people who applied for the CERB in good faith and were in need, like independent professionals, artists, and some small business people, and are now being threatened with clawbacks because of the CRA interpretation of the rules. Can the member comment on how unjust this is?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahide-Langford.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke for raising that important issue. And I think to contrast that particular issue with the fact that, some large corporations received federal assistance and then used that money to actually pay out dividends to their investors. They're not being chased down by the federal government. They're not being penalized. But for Canadians who made applications in good faith, they are. I think this is the completely wrong direction, and especially when you had some Liberal MPs encouraging people to apply in good faith. I think that when we're in the middle of the pandemic, we need to start taking care of people's immediate needs and not threatening them with this over-the-top, heavy-handed approach. So I agree with the member that we need a different approach, and the Liberals should be looking, in fact, at corporations who have benefited off this pandemic. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I want to wish everyone, of course, a Happy New Year, and all my constituents as well, as this is my first official speech in 2021. I am extremely happy to be able to speak today on C14. But before I do so, I want to thank and congratulate the people in Nova Scotia. I know we're in the midst of a second surge, a second wave right across this country, but we have been so successful in being able to limit the numbers here in Nova Scotia, and it's something to be proud of what our people, what the individuals have done, what students have done in the school system, and teachers, and it's been really a success story on that front, even if we're in very challenging times, of course. Now, this fall economic statement is really focused for me today on protecting Canadian, of course, the health of Canadian, ensuring that individuals and businesses have the opportunities to continue to work and prosper, and of course making sure that we build better as we move forward. And the fall economic statement is an important piece of that delivery, if you want. Now, I can't thank frontline workers enough for the work they've done. When we're faced with health challenges and you have to go to work when it's a dangerous place to be, where the disease is at, and you're there in the front lines, just amazing. And we've seen that throughout the pandemic. Even the people working in grocery stores and whatnot, students in school, it's been very challenging on all these individuals. I want to thank, of course, the Canadian Armed Forces for the work they've done with the long-term care facilities throughout the pandemic. We've heard some very sad news and improvements that are needed, and I'll talk about that as well. The vaccines, we have invested over $1 billion for vaccine agreements, which allowed us to have 7 promising candidates and over 400 million doses of vaccines. So we're in a very good position. Matter of fact, it's one of the most extensive vaccine portfolios in the world. And of course, we're providing these vaccine free to all Canadians. Testing, of course, we've procured over 38 million rapid tests, and I'm proud as well to talk about our COVID app, which 5.5 million Canadians have downloaded, which is helping them to identify some possible exposures. And again, we should talk about, the PPEs. We've invested $2 billion for personal protective equipment, but many companies, even here in Nova Scotia, made changes to their manufacturing so that they could manufacture products that would help us through COVID. And that's pretty impressive when you think what they were willing to do to help Canadians out. Also, very important is the investments we've added to mental health and the challenges around health and opioid crisis, of course, that I could talk about. People with homelessness and trying to find ways to prevent, if you want, the spread of COVID through those areas. And as I said, through this pandemic, the long-term care facilities, we've identified, of course, major gaps that we need to deal with. Most deaths, of course, that we've seen through this COVID-19 has taken place in long-term care. And that is a clear indication. And as our government has indicated, we will move forward to negotiate with provinces national standards, which is crucial, and Canadians expect us to do so. On supporting Canadians, of course, we were faced with the deepest and the fastest recession since the Great Depression. We've seen a decline in our GDP in the second quarter of last year, March, April, like never seen before. We've seen over 3 million Canadians lose their jobs. Can you imagine when you are faced with a situation where you lose your job and you don't have any revenues, and our government needed to respond to this unprecedented, if you want, challenge with an unprecedented response. And we did so by investing over $400 billion to help to ensure the security and health of Canadians, to help with financial benefits, and to bridge the business community through this crisis. That's 19% of our GDP. That's the largest since, of course, World War II. But today, as difficult as it is, we have about 80% of the jobs that have returned compared to the United States, where they would only have about half of that number. In supporting families, we were very quick in trying to help young families with the CCB, the Canada Child Benefit, of course, and the increases in that front. And, of course, now adding the $1,200 per child under 6, depending on their income, family income. And then we've seen the CERB for helping Canadians, but, 1 in 5 Nova Scotian receive the CERB to help them through this tough time. Those are big numbers, of course. When it comes to young people, we've seen the Canadian emergency student benefit as well, supporting young people who, of course, are very much challenged through this tough time as well. We've increased the Canada Summer Jobs, and we will increase it again this year by another 40,000. We've invested, of course, in the Youth Economic Employment and Skills Strategy for another 45,000 jobs. We've supported seniors with $300 and $200 depending on their income for the OSI. Of course, the long-term care and farmer care that we need to move forward on. We know that, and we've said we will, and we're working with promises as we speak. The business community, of course, the wage subsidy, 32,000 companies in Nova Scotia were able to take advantage of the wage subsidy. Very impressive. And the Canada business tax or account, I should say, companies were able to take advantage, 15,000 companies in Nova Scotia. And we know, of course, the challenges around the airlines, and we've helped them through wage and rent subsidies and, of course, investing, supporting them through rent relief and other ways as well. And we help communities in Nova Scotia. We increased the equalization payments. We increased the Canada Health transfers, the Canada Social transfer. Those are all extra investments to help us through that, as well as adding a regional relief and recovery fund, which, let's keep that in mind. These are businesses that were not able to get any supports, financial supports through the other programs that were there. And this was picking up the extras that did not get supports through those programs. So a way of trying to catch everyone as best as we could. The Build Back Better, of course, our government will, as you can see in our economic statement, probably invest about anywhere around $100 billion over the next 3 years, which is 3 or 4% of GDP, to stimulate the economy. And that will be focused, of course, on a greener economy, more innovative, more inclusive, and more competitive, which is the Canadian way. And as well, we need to invest in early learning and childcare, and we're going to see some investments there that will increase, if you want, the accessibility, the high quality childcare, and this will give students, children, I should say, a better start, and will allow parents to work, both parents, if they so desire. Of course, the green investment grants for homeowners to improve energy efficiency. Charging and refueling stations will be very important as well. The planting of 2 billion trees to fight climate change, protect the forestry, and our Canadian Net Zero Emission Accountability Act, which will be binding, and of course, reporting annually. And finally, in closing, I do want to talk about the student loans, helping students through tough times as well, where for this coming year, the student loan, the interest on the student loans on the federal money will not exist, if you want, and that will help them as well. So through this very difficult time, through COVID-19, we were able to help the health and security of Canadians. We were able to help them as far as financially, and now we need to make sure, as we continue, is that we're able to jumpstart the economy as quickly as possible so that all Canadians will benefit. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm confident we will be successful as we move forward. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Miss Denneton, Mississippi, Churchill River. He had his hand raised.
Let's try that again. I thought I unmuted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A little bit earlier, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Northern Affairs talked about how the vaccine distribution was going very well in her northern and remote riding. Now the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veteran Affairs spoke proudly of the wonderful job the government has done in securing vaccines. Like the Parliamentary Secretary of Northern Affairs, I come from a northern and remote riding as well, and today I was contacted by a chief of one of my First Nation communities. This is a community of about 1,000 people. They've been dealing with a suicide crisis and now are in the midst of a COVID outbreak. Today he told me they're now dealing with 3 more funerals, 1 more suicide and 2 from COVID. So far in this community, they've received 30 doses of the vaccine. And he told me today that hopefully they are planning to get more in February. My question for the Parliamentary Secretary is pretty simple. Is this really what he's proud of in the distribution of the vaccine to northern remote communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his important question. As he well knows, we have negotiated one of the most extensive protocols or vaccines candidates in the world, and that the vaccines are coming in various candidates. There are more candidates being added as we move forward, and we're distributing them as best as we can to try to reach to as many Canadians that are most needed, of course, initially. And we have been very successful in doing so. But as he understands that when you're receiving vaccines, you are unable, based on the number that are coming in at one time, to get all the vaccines that are important for Canadians. We are working on that. We have a plan, and the plan is moving forward. There's going to be some challenges here or there, but the objective is that we are able to respond and get the vaccines as quickly as possible, as many as possible, to Canadians right across this great country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked about two things, because I'm the critic for seniors. He talked about national standards as if that was essential, but they're not national standards that are going to help seniors get better. We need funding in Quebec and the provinces to take care of people who are sick right now. That's what seniors groups are calling for in Quebec. They want an immediate increase in the health transfer instead of standards. Second thing, he said that they had helped seniors, an increase in the OAS, but I've heard of a slight increase in the OAS, but there's nothing else. They made an election promise to increase the OAS, but as of 65 years old, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, which is very important. As you know well, we are responsible for all Canadians, for the health of all Canadians in all provinces and territories. And so we need to be able to support all Canadians who are experiencing health issues. And we've invested heavily through the National Health Fund that provides a great deal of money for support, and we've put more money towards COVID measures to help seniors, and whether these seniors live in Quebec, British Columbia, or Newfoundland, they're all seniors, and we as Canadians must ensure that we can support them. And it's not just handing out money to different provinces. We need national standards so that... Time for a last question.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments and his speech. Very interesting. I do have some concerns about some of the things that he had mentioned about supports for young people and for students. In particular, he spoke about the emergency student benefit, which I'm sure he knows doesn't actually exist any longer. He also spoke about expanded funds for Canada Summer Jobs, which I hope he knows didn't happen last year. And of course, there was the $900 or almost $1 billion that was supposed to go to students that didn't go to students. And now we have actually stopped charging interest on students, but despite the fact that his party voted to put a moratorium on loan repayments till May, can he explain why they haven't acted on that when students so desperately need that support, why recent graduates need that support right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a very short answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for an important question. There's no question that young people, as well as students, are through this pandemic is facing very challenging times. The program that we initiated for students through the summer, the CESB, was a very important program and helped many, many young students in my constituency. We also increased last summer the Canada Summer Jobs in our riding, and I know my numbers increased, and I'm sure she'll have to go back to her, do some calculations, because the intent was to increase right across this country. And we, again, next year will add another 40,000 to bring that number.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, here we are debating the Economic Statement Implementation Act following a throne speech after prorogation. But before I get into the substance of my speech, I think it's important to put on the record again that the context of this debate is taking place about 600 days since the last federal budget. Madam Speaker, 600 days since Canadians had a fulsome view of the finances of our nation. And certainly I think that reality should cause many to pause and question the objectives and agenda of the federal government, and certainly we all understand the unprecedented times that we face. However, provinces, other jurisdictions, cities have all been able to figure out how to present, approve, and manage the budgetary process. Yet here we are 600 days, and Conservatives certainly were calling for fulsome economic details the entire way, but we have not got those, and that is incredibly troubling. So that's the context, the 30,000-foot view that we are in terms of the bill that we are debating before us, Bill C-14. Madam Speaker, I spent a lot of time on the phone last night with constituents, and the Liberals are very, very quick to brag about the way that they've handled this crisis, the $400 billion. In fact, the Associate Minister and Parliamentary Secretary just prior to this was bragging about how much money they've spent. But certainly one has to consider not just the dollars that are spent, but one has to consider how effectively those dollars are being spent, what the result is. Certainly when any Canadian goes shopping, they don't simply look at who can spend the most. They look at the value for the dollars that they're being spent. That's just part of simple budgeting, which speaks to my initial point. And certainly on this side of the House, we have great concern about the effectiveness of some of these dollars spent. Supports have been needed, and I know the Liberals are quick to say, "Oh, Conservatives wouldn't have done all this," and we've been collaborative throughout the entire process, but critical at the same time, because there is much to be critical of. Because when you look at the results for what's been spent, certainly there's some serious questions, and that's what I heard from constituents last night, and to bring together the speech that I did a couple of days ago and what we're discussing today, specifically the economic realities that my constituency is facing. I spoke to a rancher in a small community in my constituency, and almost in tears on the phone, and she said, "Share with the Prime Minister, share with the Liberals this." So I'm going to quote her. "Look me in the eye and tell me there's no future for my kids in Alberta." That's a quote, Madam Speaker. We were talking about the economic circumstances of Alberta, Alberta's place in the Federation, of which it's heartbreaking, the number of people that I speak to who think that Alberta might be better off alone. And I know that members opposite will want to play politics with that issue, but I'll tell you, as a member of Canada's national parliament, a proud Canadian, to hear so many that feel like Canada has given up on them and that they feel like they have no choice. That's tragic, and that should cause all in national leadership to pause. And certainly that relates directly to what we're talking about here today. I also got an email that sums up quite a few of the other calls that I got last night, and I won't read it all, partly because it's not overly parliamentary in terms of the language. But in the context of the devastating circumstances around Keystone, the energy sector, the economy, the service sector being pummeled, hotels being closed, all of these things are seeing a level of tragedy that is unbelievable. Talking about the mental health effects specifically, and in this case, 2 parents from her son's class saw no hope and committed suicide. Madam Speaker, I read that into the record because it provides the context on how important it is to get this right. You know, there's a whole host of issues that are addressed in this bill, and quite frankly, there's some things that need to be addressed. Some of it is fixing some of the issues with previous legislation that had been brought forward. Some of the issues were identified early, but we're now only fixing. Some of it are promises that were made in the throne speech that are now being attempted to be actualized, and some like's been mentioned. This entire House agreed on action on student loans, but we're only seeing the government now get to that, and then a little bit of understanding of something that I would like to just bring into context in terms of the spending part of what this bill addresses. Madam Speaker, I have about 2 minutes. Is that about right? 3:35. Okay, 3:35. More time than I expected. Okay. Okay. Thanks to that member. You know, there is certainly some concern when it comes to the overall spending because, you know, although there's been no question that supports have been needed, and that's why Conservatives have stepped up to the plate. You know, in fact, we have attempted to, and in some cases been successful. I'll give the government a little bit of credit. At times, there's been some successful collaboration. And there's been other times where it's been very unfortunate, the unwillingness of the government to bring forward in a fair and transparent way, and we can reference the power grab that was attempted early on in the pandemic where they wanted unlimited taxation and spending powers. Frankly, you know, rolling back 800 years of parliamentary tradition, there's been scandals that certainly we're demanding answers for and still are. We Charity, the Baylis Medical, among others, and then the prorogation, where for no other reason than the fact that the Prime Minister was trying to hide from his own mistakes, prorogue Parliament. And although they'll claim they only lost 2 days of parliamentary sitting, Canadians can see through that. When you look at the facts, it's about 35 days lost, especially when you calculate the bills that were on the order paper that had to be reintroduced and debated, many of which, even though there were issues identified, came back exactly the same. But as I come to the conclusion of my remarks here, Part 7 of this bill, where there's an increase to Canada's borrowing authority. You know, we've seen unprecedented growth in the spending of our government, and this economic statement that we'll be voting on speaks to aspects of that. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, by the end of fiscal 23-24, the debt capacity or the spending of the government when it comes to debt financing requirements will be $1.642 trillion. That's trillion with a T. However, I would note this. The Borrowing Authority Act, Madam Speaker, asks for 1.831. Now, there's a discrepancy there, if I'm doing math quickly in my head, of $207 billion. Now, if the government plans to spend that $207 billion, well, that's the right of the government to bring forward that legislation and that plan to suggest so. However, we've seen an unprecedented lack of transparency in the way that this government has operated. So to see that there is a massive capacity increase to the borrowing of not the government's money. That's one of the frustrations is whenever I hear whether it's the Prime Minister or a minister or any level of government say, oh, well, it's our money, spend. Well, that's frankly false. 100% categorically false. It's taxpayers' money. Hardworking taxpayers that spend that. So I believe that there are serious questions, Madam Speaker, that need to be answered, whether it's regards to C-14 or the overall circumstances that we find ourselves in. And I look forward to questions. Thank you.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. I will point out before I get to my question on the issue of government expenditures, many of the investments that we have made, though they are expensive, will actually reduce the overall cost to government because the cost of not supporting households and businesses to get them through this pandemic is far greater than the cost of making sure that they can survive and preventing that economic scarring. The thesis that he led off with was effectively that the government shouldn't just be spending money, but figuring out whether there is value received for that money. I want to talk about one specific program. His leader has repeatedly criticized in public the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, or CERB as it's become known to Canadians, that has now reached nearly 9 million Canadians to help them keep a roof over their head and food on the table for their families. Does he agree with his leader that this program was completely screwed up, or does he believe that the Canada Emergency Response Benefit actually provided value for the money to Canadian households?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, there it is. Putting words in the mouth of what the Leader of the Opposition's talked about. Now, let me clarify for the member. In fact, Conservatives were there in the beginning when CERB was first introduced, understanding that the unprecedented circumstances that we all faced needed unprecedented action. So Conservatives were there, and not only were Conservatives there, we were doing everything we could to be collaborative in the process to ensure that it would be effective, to ensure that it was being spent in the right way, to ensure that the formulas that were being used would both balance accountability with the need to get dollars in the pockets of Canadians. In fact, we made further suggestions about the way that could have been administered, which the government decided not to follow, which is their right, but likewise, they need to accept the consequences of some of those decisions and now the challenges that have come out as a result. Madam Speaker, Canadians needed support, yes. But the question of effectiveness when it comes to this program in particular, they are not immune from that criticism. In fact, they are responsible for many of the challenges that are faced with it.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Mascagnon-Jay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In Bill C-14, there are interesting points. However, there are some disappointments, particularly, my colleague underscored the fact that the government hasn't had a budget for quite some time, and this government really cares about its image. They talked about credits for sectors that are affected, but look at the mis-eligibility criteria. There's a lovely announcement here, but it won't really help because most won't be eligible. There's disappointments also because there's still business owners who don't have any help for rent and farmers who've had many expenses and they're not eligible for support either. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this bill, which has many holes. Thank you.
Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I agree with the member. There are many holes that exist. Some of them attempts, and some, in fact, there's been a few times where the government made an announcement, took way longer than many would suggest was necessary in terms of implementation of that announcement, then screwed it up the first time, and then had to come back to the drawing table. And for sure, in one case off the top of my mind, but I'm sure there's others, screwed it up a second time, and now are having to return to Parliament to see fixes on that again. You know, that's the problem here. Had the Liberals been more collaborative in the process, listened to some of the constructive criticism that existed, listened to premiers when they affected sectors, we would be in a very, very different situation today than we find ourselves in, and certainly the dollars would have been spent more effectively.
Time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be brief. I just want to ask the member whether he would support, as 60% of Conservative supporters across Canada do, according to polls, the idea of a wealth tax on the very people that can afford to pay for the situation we find ourselves in instead of ordinary Canadians. So would he be in favor of that wealth tax?
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot, a brief answer, please.
So look, Madam Speaker, I won't take any lessons from a member of the NDP who wants to shut down wealth creation in this country, such as the pipeline. And I know he asked a whole bunch of questions on Monday about how you should simply, with a snap of your fingers, force thousands of people out of work and shut down an entire sector. And somehow, miraculously, maybe with some unicorn dust and a few other things, there will be sectors that simply replace themselves, when the reality is Canada has a world-class energy sector that needs to be respected and is a big part of the way that we can dig ourselves out of the economic challenges we find ourselves in. So I'd ask that member very specifically that he has to look at the things.
I'm sorry, the honourable member, when I say brief, I would just ask that people try to keep it as briefly as possible. I did allow for extra time, but I do have to cut the clock at some point to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. Questions and resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci. Merci, Madame la...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I want to start by acknowledging that I'm speaking from the traditional territories of Wasanac First Nations, the Indigenous peoples of the territory that I am honored to represent in Parliament. Today we are addressing Bill C-14, which of course is the legislative changes that are required as part of the fall economic statement that was tabled November 30th. Although our commentary today is limited to or should be limited to the legislative changes before us, I know that some of the speeches have been quite wide-ranging. I wanted to reflect just briefly on the fall economic statement itself, and then turn to the legislation before us, and then to the things that are missing from the legislation before us that we would wish were there. So I want to start by saying the fall economic statement at over 200 pages was definitely wide-ranging. It represents a lot of hard work, and I want to acknowledge the hard work of our Minister of Finance, indeed the government as a whole, with a good dose of gratitude. There's no perfection to be found in the actions of any government around the world in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Some do better than others, some do worse than others. I think we do better as Canadians when we try to work together, and that's the intent of Greens, whether we're elected federally or in the provinces across this country. We prefer collaborative efforts and cooperation and working through consensus. And in looking at this document, it's extraordinary in detailing ambition around a wide range of issues. Looking first at the question of safe restart. There was about $20 billion into safe restart. We know this was transferring money to the provinces for things as important as personal protective equipment, PPE, as getting the vaccines rolled out. Again, a subject we debated till midnight last night. Lots of emotion, different opinions, but we have vaccines and we wish they were being rolled out more quickly, but it does take federal provincial cooperation, and it also takes dealing with global multinational pharmaceutical companies. We're looking at daycare. So safe restart and a number of other aspects there was $20 billion. Then there were priorities in the fall economic statement that weren't COVID related, but are high priority items for Greens, particularly working towards Indigenous reconciliation. Seeing us move towards pharmacare. I don't know why it's taking so long, but pharmacare again is flagged in the fall economic statement. And specifically that we should start looking at pharmacare in relation to rare diseases. I'm part of a caucus that's quite an informal caucus with members of Parliament from every single party in this place, and that's a great place for collaboration where we're working with the CF Foundation and trying to get a life-saving drug to patients in the CF community of Trikafta. We work together, and I think we're better when we do so. On the opioid crisis, again, referenced in the fall economic statement, Greens favor decriminalization. We need to move fast to stop the deaths from opioid addiction, which is an extension of mental health issues. It's a health issue. It's not a criminal issue. To climate, also referenced in the fall economic statement. Very, very keen we are as Greens on improving our east-west electricity grid and also improving its potential to reach north. We applaud the focus on interties that we began to see out of the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. We need more. We need more work on the electricity grid. We need more work on public transit, but it's flagged, as is the importance of electric vehicles. Many climate-related measures are in the fall economic statement, including what's called nature-based climate solutions, the commitment we've heard many times and look forward to seeing of planting 2 billion trees. Critical that they be trees that are appropriate to the ecosystems in which they are planted. Critical that we do the tree planting in ways that enhance carbon sequestration and protect biodiversity, such as along stream banks to help protect our wild Pacific salmon where they've lost so much habitat. These are measures that we support. They're not enough, and clearly Bill C-12 that we've seen, it's referenced in fall economic statement for climate accountability, without major strengthening, such as a fixed target date in 2025 for carbon reductions, it won't be worth supporting. But we look south of the border and see what the encouraging steps the new Biden administration is taking, pursuing some of the courses that Barack Obama had left in place. This is also encouraging, and Canada has scope, such as is mentioned in the fall economic statement with carbon adjustments, border adjustments. We can actually move our economies in the same direction and create more jobs while doing so. These are encouraging things. So we support Bill C-14 as far as it goes. The measures are important in order to get more COVID assistance to people, to get more relief. But what's missing? There are many sectors that are not just falling through the cracks, they're plummeting through a chasm, and they need more help. I refer specifically to all the businesses in the tourism sector, particularly restaurants, but also bus services. The fall economic statement refers to the highly affected sectors. They're going to have more credit availability, but it's capped at $1 million per piece of assistance. For the companies I'm dealing with, and here in British Columbia, I mentioned specifically Williams Bus Lines. They provide charter service, but also regularly scheduled service into First Nations communities. They're an integral part of our tourism ecosystem out here, and they're being pressured out of existence by the commercial banks, and the banks are demanding repayment. Well, the $1 million capped loan won't be enough to save Wilson's. Other parts of our transportation infrastructure, such as regional airports, $1 million in loans isn't going to help them. We need to focus on what's needed to save all the parts of our transportation infrastructure that are at risk right now. And I think the best way to do that would be for the Minister of Finance or the Prime Minister to talk to all the CEOs of the big commercial banks and say, come on, guys. You're making profits every quarter. Here's the news from the most recent, well, you can just scan the headlines, BNN Bloomberg, that the new quarter post-20 into 2021, quote, kickoff for big bank earnings. They're doing great. Adjusted fourth quarter profits above the average analyst estimates. So when the banks are doing well, not as well as they might have done before pandemic, but they aren't struggling and they're not about to go under, they need to help. Similarly, we shouldn't be leaning on Canadians who got CERB in good faith because they thought, $5,000 in the previous year. The qualifications to say they didn't qualify came out later. Come on. Let's fix it in this bill to say that anyone who received CERB, who received $5,000 gross income in 2019 is entitled. That would clear up a misunderstanding and remove the cloud over the heads of over 440,000 Canadians who received, which, and I think this is an Orwellian turn of phrase, education letters. And the critical issue of long-term care homes. They're referenced quite a lot in the fall economic statement, and they mention long-term care home workers. One of the more disturbing stories I've seen in the last few months was of an outbreak of COVID in an Ottawa shelter for the homeless. Turns out the homeless who were living there were actually workers in long-term care who earned so little as long-term care workers that they were living in the Ottawa homeless shelter because they couldn't afford a roof over their head. We need to do much more. We need to get into those long-term care homes, make sure our seniors are vaccinated, make sure we stop the genocide, and make sure we pay our workers adequately, whether they're frontline workers in long-term care or anywhere in our society. We really do need a guaranteed livable income to ensure equity and decency for every single Canadian. This is just a quick scratching of the surface of what we see as a challenge to us as Canadians. The fall economic statement gives us a good direction, but it needs to be more ambitious. We need to ensure that as we come out of COVID, we repair our social safety net so it's not a net full of holes, but an actual place of stability, decency, and respect for every single one of our human rights in this society, whether homeless or Indigenous or a woman who can't figure out how to go back to work. We need to rebuild, and we need a society that lives up to our greatest aspirations, including acting on the climate emergency while we still have time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention today from the member from the Green Party. Sorry, the writing escaped me. I just, she talked about pharmacare, and this is something that's been talked about for many years now, and is, in my opinion, and I know hers, long overdue, because there are potentially many benefits to pharmacare, not just from a social infrastructure perspective, but also from an economic perspective in terms of the actual cost of medicines. I'm wondering if she can elaborate on how important she sees that as the right direction for Canada to move in now, and that we delay no further on it, and that we move as quickly as we can to introduce universal pharmacare throughout our country.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my friend from Kingston and the Islands. The evidence is overwhelming and has been for a long time. We're the only country with a universal health care system that does not include necessary prescription drugs. We know from various reports, including one a few years back, Pharmacare 2020, that Canadians who cannot afford to fill a prescription end up costing our healthcare system more, because something that was a manageable chronic disease suddenly becomes a catastrophic event, where instead of just getting their prescription filled, they end up in emergency and in intensive care. We know that pharmacare is not only affordable, we cannot afford to ignore the need to bring it into place right away as quickly as possible. It will save our economy money, and that's the conclusion of all the experts. Failure to provide pharmacare causes unnecessary illness and death.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
Question and comments. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. She cares deeply about social justice, and she always wants everyone to do their fair share so that we can help those who are truly in need. Here's my question for my colleague, though. When we talk about social justice, we need to be able to cite evidence and facts in order to implement policies. During COVID-19, businesses and individuals have really suffered. Currently, though, we don't know what public money is being spent on. What does the member think of the opposition party's desire to set up a special committee which would study COVID-19 spending? The Bloc wants this, as do other opposition parties. This committee would study COVID-19 spending. Would that help us see how money is being spent? Were there shady contracts that caused a loss of public money? And what about We Charity, for instance? The honourable member of Saanich Gulf Islands.
Apologies to my colleague for answering in English. I couldn't switch my channel over. Désolé. Absolutely, transparency around government spending is always a good idea. I don't particularly get excited about deviating into scandals. What I'd like to see is, for instance, if we're talking about pharmacare, if we're talking about social justice, we need to talk about where we find revenue. And that, I think, means that we look at a wealth tax. We should be bringing in a wealth tax. We should look at going after the offshore tax havens. We need to bring in the revenue that we need to ensure that we have social justice. And yes, all government expenditures should be held to the highest levels of transparency. I think the Parliamentary Budget Office needs more resources. Parliamentary Budget Officer should be an officer of Parliament, but it certainly is a step in the right direction to ensure full transparency around all government spending.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. The speaker before her, a Conservative, suggested that we would need some unicorn dust to fund the just transition so that we could provide jobs right away to oil sector workers who have found themselves out of work over the last 5 years. I'm just wondering if you would have some comments of where we could find that unicorn dust.
I won't, but maybe I'll ask the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I just asked the member to address his questions and comments through the chair.
Thank you to my friend from Okanagan, South Kootenay. Look, we know when I heard the honourable Conservative member who spoke before me say that, I thought, I wonder where he was when the former Premier of Quebec, Pauline Marois, did the right thing and shut down the asbestos industry because it was killing people around the world. It was a tough thing to do. Quebec has gone through the experience of a just transition for its workers. We learned some things from that. It wasn't quite as good a just transition as it should have been. We need to bring in a Just Transition Act across Canada, as the Liberals promised in the last election. We have guidance from an excellent piece of work co-chaired by Hassan Youssef from the Canadian Labour Congress, and it was a very strong report on just transition for coal sector workers. We also know that we don't need fairy dust.
Not enough time.
Shut down fossil fuels and move to renewable energy.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, l'île.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, this is my first speech in 2021. I would like to take this occasion to wish a sweet, wonderful Happy New Year to you and to all fellow members. These days, we are living through a health and economic crisis, and the challenges just seem to keep on coming. Before I got into politics, I followed the news with my father. We were very attentive about it. We spent many hours a week looking into what the political parties and politicians were doing. And sometimes I said to myself, you know, if I were in the House of Commons, I would do such and such a thing, or I would propose such and such a measure. I would prioritize Canadians. Now, I am a member working in this House to deal with this unprecedented health and economic crisis. I am giving it my all, everything I have as an artist, as a businesswoman, as a very passionate person. Canadian businesses and individuals are experiencing all kinds of problems. But we in the House are very courageous, audacious people, and that can be seen in our work. All of us members, whether we are career politicians or political newbies, have challenges to deal with. So often we have to double down, work even harder, or even revisit how we do things. And I think some members of this House, Madam Speaker, should set electoralism aside, should stop thinking about their campaign goals and taking photos for their campaigns, and rather focus 110% on those who need help right now. What is it to protect Canadians? To protect Canadians is to ensure their social security. Anthropologists and sociologists state that there are 3 types of security: physical, psychological, and financial. We need to help Canadians. They have elected us. They have placed their trust in us, and we need to do everything that we can to ensure that we are avoiding the worst-case scenarios now and in the future. What would be a worst-case scenario? Well, I hope we don't get there. There has been the CERB, business loans, wage subsidies. The government has been doing programs one by one, seemingly randomly. We need, however, better targeted help. If the help was better targeted and had better measures with it, then it would have helped more people and more effectively. The current situation is really alarming, and we foresee a lot of problems in the future. We need to prepare for the future. We need to ensure that our economic recovery comes with very clear, detailed priorities. Our investments, we're told that up to $100 billion will be invested for economic recovery. Well, that will just make our debt burden even greater. We need to ensure that we are spending properly. And, you know, citizens, taxpayers are sometimes harassed or audited, re-audited for making a $10, $20 little calculation mistake when they file taxes. Meanwhile, the biggest businesses are doing tax evasion, billions upon billions of dollars. What about web giants? They're not taxed for using Canadian content or for the sales that they generate in Canada. Quebec, though, has taxed these web giants. What else? What other types of security? Well, physical safety, physical security. That means shutting down, closing our borders quickly. We need to insulate Canada. We need to discourage people from traveling by making so many rules that it's unpleasant. People won't even want to travel, and then the travels that are essential will be able to take care of those properly. We also need to invest in our pharmaceutical industry. Psychological safety and financial safety go hand in hand. Canadians can't live peacefully and be psychologically, emotionally well if they don't have good financial security. So, Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that the government is targeting help to Canadians and to businesses in the same way. That is, channeling financial supports to those who need it the most, even if the wealthiest in our society have to contribute a little bit more. What about seniors? They have been the hardest hit during this pandemic. And who else has suffered? The arts and culture scene. The arts and culture scene was the first to fall, and they will be the last to get back on their feet. What has the culture scene received from the government? Well, the CERB, as well as emergency funding programs. These little emergency funding programs, the funding was gobbled up in an instant. Hundreds of artists, creators, the self-employed entrepreneurs, they fell through the cracks of these programs. The money just didn't make its way to them. Either their funding was insufficient or they didn't meet the restrictive criteria. And what is being given to arts and culture? Well, we're told something's coming. Something's coming. Well, you know, that is not enough. Canadians have a desperate desire to have fun, to be entertained, to experience entertainment created by very imaginative creators, artists, storytellers. Where will Canadians be able to go, though, for this entertainment, for this diversion? What about our artists, our writers, our musicians, our theater actors, our technicians even, producers, filmmakers? Some of them are known around the world. Will they be able to continue creating? They are so inventive and imaginative. What about our art scene? So many excellent Canadian artists and creators. For example, Leclerc or Vigneault. We also have our amazing dancers, so many different artists. Our Cormier, Michaud, Cowboy Fringant, Charlotte Cardin, Geneviève Jodin, Vent du Nord, excellent dancers, Cirque du Soleil, our great writers, our cultural organizations, our entrepreneurs. Will they still be standing to offer events and art? What about museums, art galleries, festivals, theaters, movie theaters? All of these great places are places where we experience and share our culture. How many of these places will be left standing? And what of the media? Art critics, culture critics, what about them? We want targeted supports, financial support for artists and for programs. These need to be sufficient and shared fairly, distributed fairly. We need strong legislation to support the survival of the arts and culture scene. We need our lawmakers to be bold and determined to really look into our legislation regarding creation, content, and content in Canada. As of today, over 100,000 artists and people in arts and culture have moved on to other sectors, and that breaks my heart. We've lost so much expertise, so much talent, and it's indispensable for our culture. How can we avoid this exodus from the arts and culture sector? Madam Speaker, I ask this government, I ask this parliament to treat culture the way it deserves to be treated. Culture is an essential service for our mental, physical, and financial well-being. Moreover, arts and culture generate important windfall, as well as helping the tourism industry. Culture needs two types of help. But, you know, culture can't always be virtual. Let's be realistic. Arts and culture, it's alive, it's human, it's full of emotion, it's a living, breathing entity. It's essential to all of us. Culture is essential, and it cannot always be virtual. How can we ensure that cultural activities get started again? This might not occur until 2022, 2023. Arts and culture will need help, Madam Speaker. We want arts and culture to come back. That means that we need to support our artists and creators. Let's not let culture be the next victim of this pandemic. It is incumbent upon us to ensure the well-being of our society, and that means the well-being of culture. We need culture to avoid distress, to avoid suffering. Culture is, in fact, the most effective vaccine in human history. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to pick up on the arts and culture, you know, I was really encouraged late last year when I had the opportunity to meet with the Folk Arts Council, which provides the Folkorama, a spectacular summer event, 2 weeks, literally thousands of volunteers, paid artists, and hundreds of thousands of people from across the country, actually, most obviously from Manitoba, participate in. And it was really encouraging that the Prime Minister took the time to meet with the board, albeit somewhat virtual, to hear their concerns, where we got that firsthand experience. And I know he's doing things of similar nature throughout the different regions of our country. But they were also, it's one thing to talk, it's another thing to materialize. And when we look at our culture and arts, the wage subsidy was one of the critical programs. In fact, the Folk Arts Council complimented in terms of just to the degree in which that helped them keep the doors open. And I agree with the member that we can always look to our arts and cultural industries to be able to give us that taste of life that is absolutely essential going forward. And I'm wondering if the member has any other advice that she would like to provide that would be specific as to something that we could be adding to complement our arts and cultural communities in Canada.
Just ask the member to maybe keep his remarks to 1 minute to allow others who want to speak.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I think that we agree on a number of points, and so I'm very happy to hear that. He's very sensitive to this issue. There are two fundamental types of assistance that are required for culture. Individual aid that should be modulated according to the recovery, and it's the same thing for cultural organizations. So I'm talking about events, whether they be large or small. They need stability, foreseeability. They need a type of budget security so that they can plan for 2022 and 23, because a number of them have simply written off 2022 already. So what we need in culture is a stable and recurring funding over at least 4 or 5 years so the recovery can be planned. And that would make everyone a lot more secure.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her emphasis on the impact of the pandemic on arts and culture. It's true in all of our communities, no less so here in Greater Victoria than in Quebec. And artists are really finding it very hard, creative as they are, to find new ways to reach an audience and to communicate during the pandemic. So I wonder if the member would join with me in responding to the suggestion from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of what he could do. Would she join with me in calling for an end to the threat to clawback CERB benefits from artists who were in need and applied in good faith?
Question, l'honorable député de Beauport-Côte.
The honourable member for Beauport, de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That is a question that's something that could be perhaps considered. I think that not only should CERB be renewed for people who work in the cultural sector, but also perhaps the terms and conditions should be adjusted, because right now CERB only allowed people to work very little or not at all, and so artists had to calculate the number of hours so that they didn't exceed the conditions. But those people have children, they have cars, they have homes, so that actually penalized creation, because the people stopped working, so they didn't lose the CERB. So we could certainly talk about it together and perhaps suggest something to the government. The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague from Côte de Beaupré, Côte de Beaupré, Charlevoix, Île-d'Orléans, and I'd like to hear what she has to say about the program that was presented as part of the economic statement. It was the program for the very hard-hit industries, for example, tourism. What does she think of the criteria? Because they're very, very strict. To be eligible for that program, businesses had to show that they had lost income for 50%. 50%? I had asked for a very brief question, so I would urge the members, if they want to participate when I say a brief question, otherwise I'm not going to move on to next questions where there's very little time. The honourable member for Charlevoix, Côte de Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans. A very brief response, please. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, who is the tourism critic, which is another a very important issue for us. I agree with my colleague that this program for hard-hit sectors is a program that is very inflexible, and we need to look at the actual reality that these people are going through, whether it be the program should be adapted to reality and not people who have to adapt to the program, because most people are not eligible for this program because the criteria are too strict and complicated. So I would like these terms and conditions be improved to help those people, because tourism and culture are so important. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin this speech by coming back to a few events that have happened over the past weeks and months. In December, we might all remember that the Prime Minister at the doors of Rideau Cottage said that for the first month of 2021, Canada would receive 125,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine per week. And then on January 5th, once again, the Prime Minister at the doors of Rideau Cottage said that he was frustrated by the slowness of the vaccine campaigns against COVID. He said, all Canadians, including myself, are frustrated to see vaccines in freezers instead of in people's arms. And he said this during a press conference in Rideau Cottage, and Radio-Canada reported on this, as well as a number of other media. Madam Speaker, this shows that the Prime Minister had no idea what he was talking about. at the time. He had no idea what was going on. And in fact, the Quebec Premier, Mr. Legault, very quickly condemned his federal counterpart by making a statement in his press conference saying that all vaccines that we received were being used every week. Quebec was able to vaccinate up to 250,000 people per week, but the federal government had only planned to send 233,000 doses to Quebec. And the Quebec government said, listen, we could vaccine 4 times more people. We would have that capacity, but we don't have enough doses. And this statement was made when the Prime Minister said that there would be 125,000 doses per week across Canada. So that's how the month of January began. And today we're nearing the end of the month. And what's happening? Well, whether we're in Quebec, in Western Canada, in Ontario, in the territories, in the Maritimes, it's exactly the same story. We simply are not rolling out enough vaccine. In fact, this week it's 0. Why? Because Canada received 0 vaccines from Pfizer this week. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? Well, it's clear it means that no one, not one single person, whether they be vulnerable citizens, seniors, essential workers, no, not one single Canadian has been vaccinated this week. So we have to ask ourselves a question, because we're looking at what's happening across worldwide as well. That is, why? Why did Canada not have access to one single dose of vaccine? 0 this week, in this last week of January. And we don't even know how many doses we're going to receive next week. But we have once again been promised hundreds of thousand doses over the next months. And we're told that anyone who wants to be vaccinated in Canada will be able to be vaccinated by September. But only 2 months ago, the Prime Minister said that there would be 125,000 doses from Pfizer per week. And only a month later, all of a sudden, his plan, we can see his plan simply fell through. So how can we believe the Prime Minister when he says that in September 2021, all Canadians who wish will be able to be vaccinated? Now, why is he reacting like that? Well, it's because the Prime Minister loves his daily performance in front of Rideau Cottage. And he knows that he'll be able to be out at the doors of Rideau Cottage every single day to make to present his little performance, to hold press conferences. Why are there no vaccine doses? Well, because the Prime Minister put all his eggs in one basket with a Chinese company. He tried to reach an agreement to have the vaccine produced here in Canada with this Chinese company. And so the Liberals put all their eggs in one basket, the CanSino basket, and the other companies, well, we saw that only a few months later, Canada reached agreements with these companies much later. So, Madam Speaker, now all Canadians are paying the price for this failure in leadership, because the Prime Minister is not being honest with Canadians. The Prime Minister refuses to reveal the agreements that he signed with these pharma companies. The Liberal government simply governs with no guts, with no foresight. And so we still have a number of questions with regard to how we got to this situation. Madam Speaker, many countries have vaccinated a large part of their population, and we're still locked down. And today, the Prime Minister simply spouted empty rhetoric, as he usually does. He says we have more vaccines per capita than any other country. We have signed more agreements. We'll have more vaccines than any other country, but we don't know when. So who cares about all these signatures if we're the last ones to get the vaccine? 0 vaccines is 0. And so the Liberals are wasting precious time while thousands of Canadians passed away and a number of businesses, thousands of them, had to shut down, and Canadians had to deal with the consequences of the lockdown. How many people caught COVID-19 this year? How many are going to die this week because the government failed in interacting with the governors? Seniors are the most vulnerable, and they need to be cared for. Madam Speaker, we're studying C14 right now. It has to do with the economic statement that was presented in the fall. It presented very important measures for families, but the government decided not to implement them before Christmas. We understand that the main reason for this failing is because of the government and the Prime Minister. We know that the Prime Minister doesn't like Parliament, and it's even clear that the Prime Minister doesn't like to consult the opposition parties on anything. And what he wants more than anything is an election. When he was in a majority government, he could make all kinds of mistakes and no one could hold him to account. But now the opposition parties are much more are holding him to account, and so we're really cracking down on him. For example, think of the resignation of the Governor-General. Today I asked the Prime Minister to assume his responsibilities. When a worker resigns, then they don't receive EI, and that applies to all Canadian workers except the Governor-General, who was personally selected by the Prime Minister. But for the cronies of the Prime Minister who resign, well, they have a golden parachute. We're talking about $150,000 per year for life that the GG will receive, despite a scathing report, a report that has not yet been published, one that will be made public, but only when the president of the Privy Council, the chair of the Privy Council, wants to make it public. And so this report is eagerly awaited, but in the meantime, we are going through a completely unacceptable fiasco in a time of this minority government. We should have, yes, the government would have had to have been really turned a deaf ear to not realize that this Prime Minister, or this GG required much more vetting. But the Prime Minister went ahead, and so it is the will of the Prime Minister that is the most important with this government. Canadians want to emerge from the pandemic. They want to see their friends again. They want their health back. They want the end of the lockdown, and they want the vaccines that the Prime Minister promised them. What they want is a genuine economic recovery, and there's nothing of that in C14. With the fall economic statement, the Prime Minister and the Liberals really missed a golden opportunity to present a plan to get back to normal. There are millions of Canadians who have been abandoned by the Trudeau government during this pandemic. Oh, I'm sorry, the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker. And the Prime Minister is putting our workers and our economy in a risky situation because of his failures with regard to the vaccine. And the only way we can safeguard our future is with the leadership of the member for Durham. And that is how we will be able to secure the future of all Canadians. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, what we have learned from this Liberal government is it is able to spend billions of dollars and yet abandon millions of Canadians. We're headed to a historical deficit, which is confirmed by the Minister of Finance. We're talking about some $400 billion, and the Liberals still have no plan, despite this, to help Canadians who are looking for work or for people who've been hard hit by the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member has a very different outlook in terms of what the reality is. I must say that. The Prime Minister, or before I say that, the only ones that talk about the election, it seems to be the Conservatives and the Blocs, and it's opposition party members that tend to always want to talk about an election. Our focus from day one has been the pandemic and making sure that Canadians in all regions of our country are in fact being served by this government, whether it's the creation of programs like the wage subsidy program, to the CERB program, and today ensuring that we have the vaccines so that they can be safe and free and effective for Canadians. We will have that 6 million vaccines before the end of March, that first quarter, something in which we've talked about for a long time now. Now, my question to the member is, why is it that the Conservatives are giving misinformation on a whole litany of things regarding to the COVID.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm always astonished at how the Liberals are able to play with all the aspects they have in their possession to try and give us misinformation, whereas the figures speak for themselves. Look at the Facebook of the Liberal Party of Canada. There are a number of posters of candidates re-elect this candidate and that candidate, but we're not the ones who started this wave, and we're not the ones who launched the country into a pre-election campaign. I would urge my colleague to check out social media of his own party. There's a lot of talk about election, Madam Speaker, but the facts speak for themselves. This week, 0 vaccines from Pfizer. The Liberal can... I'm going to take another question because we have to allocate time for another question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This bill, as an economic statement, well, what's most remarkable is what's not in it. Quebec and Canadian provinces are asking for increased health care transfers. We know in the 60s, the federal government was covering roughly 50% of health care costs, and now it's only 29%. They're choking Quebec and the Canadian provinces, and they've had to spend on federal jurisdiction. So I'd like to hear about the Conservative position on health care transfers. We don't have enough time, but I will ask the honourable member to answer quickly. I'll listen to what you have to say and answer quickly. What we don't want, most importantly, is that the Prime Minister gets involved in provincial jurisdiction. We want stable and adequate health care funding for healthcare networks in coming years. There will be 1 minute and 45 seconds the next time this topic comes before the House. And as it is 6:55 p.m., we will now move to private members' business as indicated in today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration of M34, instruction to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, Freshwater, standing in the name of Mr. Scarpalegia, resuming debate on the amendment of Ms. Collins.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to speak in this House today representing the good people of the North Okanagan-Shuswap. Although my participation is virtual, I strongly believe that it is important to have members' voices from across the country be provided opportunities to be heard in the debates, especially in times of adversity such as we are currently facing. The member for Lac St. Louis has introduced motion M34, which is a substantial motion that seeks to direct the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development to undertake a lengthy and comprehensive study of many aspects of Canada's policy and legislation related to fresh water, including international treaties governing water. The motion also proposes that within the study, the committee specifically focus on the creation of a Canada Water Agency. Reading this motion, I was reminded of my work on the Fisheries Committee nearly 4 years ago, when the Fisheries Minister directed the committee to set aside its existing work plan to undertake a review of the Fisheries Act in preparation for legislation the government was planning to introduce. Madam Speaker, we're told as parliamentarians that committees are masters of their own destiny and work plans. And here we have, again, a member of the governing party attempting to set the committee's work plan from outside of the committee. Parliamentary committees were never meant to operate at the behest of the governing party, but rather empowered to act independently to identify and study matters they deem to be of importance. The sponsor of this motion wants this House to impose a study plan on the Environment Committee when the government members of that committee could simply have proposed the study themselves at the committee table, which is the appropriate place for future business of committees to be discussed and determined. The committee's work is meant to occur according to the will of the committee, not of the governing party. When the House becomes the voice and the hand of the Prime Minister's office, telling committees and parliamentarians what to do and when to do it, we effectively erode the independence afforded members and standing committees as in the standing orders. Madam Speaker, I noticed the sponsoring member had a previous intervention on this motion in which he stated his long interest in water. This is indeed an interest I share, as I have long held an interest in Canada's water resources and especially the fish and other species that live therein. Before I was a parliamentarian, I dedicated much of my life to conservation of fish, wildlife, and their habitat. In that role as a conservationist, I learned of the importance of Canada's freshwater systems and the species of wildlife and communities of Canadians that our freshwaters sustain. When I view this government's performance on protecting Canada's freshwater resources, I see two critical areas where the government has failed to address significant threats to Canada's freshwater systems. The first of these, I note, is the Liberal government's failure to deliver actions and resources required to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species, or AIS, to Canada's water systems. My riding of North Okanagan-Shuswap spans a boundary between two major watersheds in British Columbia, the Okanagan, which feeds into the mighty Columbia, and the Shuswap, which feeds into the Fraser River, that is well known as one of North America's greatest salmon-producing rivers. These two networks of fresh water are massive and cover a large portion of British Columbia and 3 U.S. states. If AIS infestations occur in these systems, the ecological and economic damages will be permanent. These networks of fresh water and the salmon stocks that have historically supported, that the water has historically supported, are extremely important to both the histories and futures of Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities alike. However, this Liberal government has repeatedly chosen inaction over action when it comes to protecting these fresh waters that sustain our precious salmon stocks. In 2019, the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development provided the House with a report on AIS in which she concluded that Canada's lakes, rivers, and oceans are poorly protected against aquatic invasive species. The Commissioner also included that the cost of prevention of AIS is much lower than the cost of managing or trying to eradicate them after introduction occurs. Similar conclusions and warnings were also delivered to this government in the report from the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans tabled in the House last November. Despite these warnings and calls to action for the sake of protecting Canada's fresh waters and the habitats they embody, the Liberal government has failed to deliver protection to our fresh waters. Should this motion be supported by the members of this House and initiate a study by the Environment Committee, I would hope that the committee grants due consideration to the protections or lack of protections of Canada's fresh water against the spread of aquatic invasive species. Also, if this motion leads to a study, I hope that the study will assess the roles and responsibilities of the federal government and those of the provinces and territories in which what should be a united and coordinated effort to protect our freshwater resources and establish contingency plans for responding to threats and such introductions of aquatic invasive species. Madam Speaker, the second failure of this government I raise is their plan to defer by amendment deadlines for the implementation of federal wastewater treatment effluent regulations. Last summer, when this government was embroiled in the WE scandal, and Canadians and news media were distracted from other actions of the government, the current Minister of Environment, who is a previous fisheries minister, announced that his government intended to extend the prohibition deadline for dumping of untreated sewage into Canadian waters. While the previous Conservative government established these national standards and set deadlines for the implementation, this government wants to suspend those protections for years by deferring implementation deadlines. If the Liberal government and the Minister of Environment and the sponsor of this motion are serious about protecting Canada's fresh waters, why are they undermining protections that were supposed to be in place and operating this year? Madam Speaker, this is but one more example of a government full of promises and empty of actions, and another example how they disincentivize compliance actions that actually protect our waters. Wastewater systems effluent regulations set national effluent quality standards and came into effect in 2015. Communities with systems that did not apply were able to apply for extensions or transitional authorizations before June of 2014. Many communities applied, but some did not. Those communities that failed to apply will now be given another deferral. This is not the leadership or stewardship that our freshwater resources deserve. Madam Speaker, in closing, I again want to say that it is an honor to represent the citizens of the North Okanagan-Shuswap and participate in this important debate on the essential matter of conserving our fresh water. Anyone who has visited or lived in the North Okanagan-Shuswap will understand how important water is to the people here. Water and the species therein have sustained habitants here for millennia. It has been a means of transportation for just as long, and even more so with the development of our most western province. Water, fisheries, and especially our Pacific salmon are extremely important to us here in the North Okanagan-Shuswap. If this study occurs, I hope it will lead to greater awareness of the importance of our water and the effective protection needed. I will continue to advocate on behalf of my constituents on the issues I raised today and all issues important to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was amused today when I reread the motion M34, and it reminded me, if you observe Canadian politics, what doesn't work in the Canadian Federation? Centralization happens at the expense of provinces, and it is often presented and Ottawa knows best strategy. And this logic means that I got involved in politics to defend Quebec's interests. And that's how people think. There is direct intrusion into federal jurisdiction. And this, for me, is problematic. And I will go back to that later. And aside from this fact, interference into provincial jurisdiction, but also this motion paralyzes the Standing Committee of the Environment and Sustainable Development, and it would involve 10 meetings. And I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but I think that there's an upcoming election environment, and this committee would be paralyzed for 10 meetings. And the project, well, we don't really know where it's going. We don't know whether the mandate of the Canadian Agency of Freshwater. Well, we don't know what it is, but this committee would be paralyzed for 10 months, and it wouldn't be able to look at other things. And I'm thinking notably about what legislation we tabled on global warming. This would be more interesting to look at committee, to look at global warming, rather than this intrusion into provincial jurisdiction with respect to fresh water. So the first thing I've noted is that, well, is this worth paralyzing the committee for 10 meetings? I don't think so. So off the bat, I hope that my party will feel the same way. I'm going to vote against this motion. Another point, which would have to be studied at the Environment Committee, well, there will be an economic recovery, and what the government is proposing right now is focused on two major areas of activity: electrification of public transit to help the Ontario automotive sector, and fossil fuels. I'm thinking about the announcement that was made recently on hydrogen that's based on oil or gas, which doesn't make any sense. But this would paralyze the committee, and we wouldn't be able to ask an essential question, namely green restart measures that we could put forward. So at first view, I don't see how, in the little time we have left, this committee could have 10 sessions to look at this freshwater issue without holding up work which is much more urgent for the committee. Another point, this summer I was able, in my writing, to visit many organizations in Quebec and Labrec and other watershed areas, and what they're saying is that the Navigable Waters Act is a federal one. So it is, well, I'll give you a silly example that's come up a few times. Navigation speed. It has to be approved by the federal government. And it is hard to establish standards because the federal government is slow and it's hard to take action. So there are legitimate concerns in terms of protecting waterways, and it's hard to protect embankments because they need legislation, which is slow in coming. And many pleasure craft and many people who are in charge of waterways, they lose a lot of their ability to take action. So this issue has come up many times, even in terms of the quality of water. We don't see how in this motion we could improve the quality of water once again. I don't know about you, but in Quebec, a few years ago, we dealt with a vast issue with blue seaweed. I'm not a specialist in this area, but there was a lot of it that came from the erosion of banks. So if you add another element, things could even get worse. So first, there are legitimate concerns from people who are in place and who feel depossessed by the Navigable Waters Act, and their concerns are not being addressed by the federal government. And will this motion just add another layer of complication? Well, that's my fear. And I also don't want to hold up the committee for 10 meetings in a context, if we say quite truthfully, is a pre-electoral one. I think this is a very poor idea and not very well informed. Moreover, I have 2 minutes left, I believe. Is that what you said? Yes. Oh, 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. Moreover, I tabled legislation that would allow for what's happening in Quebec, C-225, to be managed by the government of Quebec. In the current context with global warming, this is inevitable. Quebec has shown its ability to manage its fresh water. We have the necessary institutions to manage our water in Quebec for fresh water that's in our territory. Quebec has 3% of freshwater reserves, renewable freshwater reserves worldwide, and through various organizations that have been set up already. I talked earlier about watershed organizations, but there are also other trans-border organizations for large lakes and the St. Lawrence rivers that have been established. And I'm not sure how we could make what the Quebec government has already done fit with the proposal that is in this motion. So to summarize quickly, once again, we're faced with a problem that reminds me about the federal government's agenda. We saw this for long-term care homes and old age homes for seniors. They want to establish national criteria and pan-Canadian policies, and often they forget the concerns of communities. So in my opinion, since this legislation was tabled, the federal government has an environmental roadmap that is not really enviable if we think of pipelines, for example, and recently Trans Mountain. The federal government does have an unenviable roadmap. And through this motion, are they not trying to do something that's looks good? They're talking about fresh water. It seems like a nice thing, but it's hard to enforce. And I think the Environmental Committee just doesn't have the time to study this type of motion. So I would ask my colleagues, my Liberal and Conservative colleagues, to look at what's before them and to perhaps set this aside. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by saying how much I appreciate the opportunity to discuss sustainable development, particularly as it relates to freshwater management and protection. Many of you will know that the protection of freshwater is something that hundreds of thousands of Albertans are deeply, deeply worried about now, probably more than ever, as we face potential destruction of large portions of the eastern slopes of our Rocky Mountains and the poisoning of the Oldman River, of streams, of aquifers that sustain life in southern Alberta. And I'm not from southern Alberta, but my husband's family has lived in the shadows of the eastern slopes for a very long time. I myself am born and bred in Edmonton. And as many members will know, Edmonton is located in the North Saskatchewan River watershed and relies on the water of the North Saskatchewan for our very existence. So I feel deeply compelled to not only protect this watershed, but all watersheds and water basins in Canada. Canada is one of the most freshwater abundant countries in the world. We're blessed with beautiful lakes and streams and waterways from coast to coast to coast. But that doesn't mean that there are not issues. Canada has long faced water challenges, especially in Alberta, and now those challenges are intensifying with climate change. We need to change our approach to freshwater protection and management to address climate change while improving Canada's outdated federal freshwater legislation. We also need to address new threats to our freshwater systems from ecologically damaging developments like coal exploration and mining projects that Jason Kenney and the Conservative provincial government is supporting. The federal government has an obligation to ensure waterways are protected even when provincial governments refuse to do so. Of course, Canadians are now well aware of the impacts of more frequent and more severe water-based natural disasters as well. You know, we talk of 100-year floods more frequently now, and I think probably we're going to have to change what we call those, because you can hardly call something a 100-year flood when it happens significantly more frequently. In Alberta, we've bounced between drought and flood. It's cost lives. It's cost billions of dollars in disaster assistance and community rebuilding. In 2013, catastrophic floods displaced 100,000 people, killed 5 Albertans. And we've seen similar disastrous floods in Ontario and Quebec. And more regular floods and droughts cost billions in lost agricultural production and infrastructure. Toxic algae blooms are now common in lakes across Canada. They kill wildlife and pets, they sicken people, and they force our recreational areas to close. Madam Speaker, my family has a small lakeside cottage at Seba Beach. We've had it for about 50 years. And it's only the last few years that algae blooms, for all intensive purposes, closed the lake for several weeks each summer. Our capacity to manage these events is severely hampered by a number of things. Amongst those would be deficient data and reporting, a lack of national forecasting and prediction capacity, outdated floodplains maps, and a failure to adequately incorporate climate change impacts into our decision making. We know that climate change is already impacting freshwater. And we know these issues caused by climate change are complex and interrelated. It's not just changing weather patterns. The floods that come with sudden extreme storms, the droughts that come when we no longer get snow in the winter. Climate change is also changing how our forests grow and leading to more frequent and more dangerous forest fires, which in turn are leading to more flooding and more drought. It is vital that the deficiencies in data, forecasting, and mapping in the current system be addressed, but it is also vital that we have a coordinated and integrated federal response to these challenges, and that requires federal water laws and policies that account for climate impacts now and into the future. I spoke to the Minister of Environment earlier this month about the open pit coal mining, and I have to say I was alarmed by the admission that he can only evaluate individual projects and cannot consider the cumulative impacts of multiple projects. Our ecosystem doesn't work this way, and neither should our approval processes. And when I speak of the vital importance of having a holistic, comprehensive look at water issues and how we protect it, I want to make it crystal clear that we cannot allow this study to delay the creation of a Canada Water Agency. The government committed to the creation of the agency in the most recent throne speech, and I fully support this action. A Canada Water Agency is overdue, but that agency's mandate and functions should be co-developed with Indigenous nations. Water is sacred. Under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, water is understood to be an inherent right. That is a right that is not subject to other legal interpretations. We know that Indigenous people in Canada have had their inherent rights to water ignored for generations. These rights are barely recognized in current water management systems. A new nation-to-nation governance paradigm that is consistent with the principles of reconciliation and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is needed to recognize Indigenous nations' inherent right to self-determination. Anything less contravenes the stated intentions of this government and will ensure that the new agency is a failure. The agency's mandate must also be developed in close collaboration with local authorities, water organizations, and the general public. And the level of expertise among academics and activists on these issues, just in my riding alone of Edmonton Strathcona, is impressive, and we need to make sure that that expertise is accessed. And finally, on the issue of creating the Canadian Water Agency, I just want to add that the agency is just one of the reforms that we need. We also need to modernize and update the Canada Water Act. The motion should not delay or otherwise prevent the committee from setting a work plan to do just that. Now, Madam Speaker, earlier on in my speech, I talked a little bit about the proposed open pit coal mining and the environmental protections and the need to protect water in Alberta. As you will know, this is preoccupying me at the moment. In Alberta, Jason Kenney's UCP government has now rescinded the coal policy that has been in place my entire life and which prevented new coal expansion and development on the eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains. Now, it's important to note that while I'm urging the committee to consider a wide range of issues, including climate change and broad consultation, that Jason Kenney's government did absolutely no consultation before rescinding the coal policy, a policy put in place by the Lougheed government following 6.5 years of public consultation. Jason Kenney's move to open the eastern slopes for coal mining and exploration will not just change our mountains forever. It will have severe consequences for Alberta's water basin for generations to come, and these impacts will be felt far downstream, including in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and the United States. And it's that cross-border water issue that means the federal government must act. As the committee develops this study and the renewal of our water policies, it's critically important that it consider the impacts of governments like Jason Kenney's turning to old technologies and old development for short-term economic gain at the expense of our water systems. The federal government must include an examination of open pit coal mining in this review. Given that the quantity, the quality, and the timing of water flows are all directly related to land use, and that the need for climate change mitigation will increase the importance of groundwater recharge, which occurs on terrestrial environments, it is essential that the committee include expertise and consideration of land use impacts on water security as well. Failure to consider the links between land use and water has caused ongoing challenges, and no effective solutions are being implemented. In fact, restoration of, a case in point, of course, is coal mining. The sort of damage becomes evident thanks to water monitoring in the streams themselves, and this is traditionally where we've looked for water problems and solutions. But the problems are actually land use problems, and the solutions will require new approaches to planning and regulating land use in the source water areas for Canadian rivers. For this reason, it is essential the committee include expertise and seek advice. Right now, a single project threatens the water supply for much of southern Alberta, including drinking water for Lethbridge, Fort Macleod, and surrounding communities, and irrigation water that farmers and ranchers rely upon for our agricultural systems. The committee must include these issues in its study. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the delay. I'm in two meetings at once, but virtual parliament continues. I'd like to speak in favor of this motion. I think there are some significant issues that are covered by the proposal, and I think a full and fulsome study by a committee of Parliament with recommendations back to the House as well as to Cabinet and the Prime Minister are in order. There's an old saying in municipal affairs that if you don't manage your water, your water manages you. And this was abundantly clear, unfortunately, in Calgary, where a flood in just a few years ago in 2013 did about $3.4 billion worth of damage to the city of Calgary that could have been avoided if an investment in $600 million had been done in flood protection in the river valleys that run through that city. the call from the city was made to the federal government, but it was dismissed by federal conservatives at the time because it appeared to be that they were supporting the impacts of climate change. And while the Tories were still struggling with their denial of climate change and the science around climate change, they allowed Calgary to fend for itself, and in response, the damage was done because water doesn't wait for conservative leadership to catch up to science. Science is science, geology is geology, and water is water. And this underscores the need as we move through a century, where we've already had 5 storms of the century in Toronto alone in the last 15 years. Water is going to play an increasing role in significant economic disruption, but more importantly, I think, in population displacement and population loss in parts of this country. The forest fires that have been plaguing Western Canada are a direct result of drought and other influences that are tied to the management of water, and those fires do extraordinary damage. But they're seen as fire and emergency situations, not as water and climate change issues. And until we start to broaden our understanding of exactly what the impact on water is as it relates to climate change, we're going to be playing catch up on this, and we're going to be spending billions of dollars mitigating the impacts of badly managed water, instead of spending the hundreds of millions of dollars it'll take to actually deliver and hopefully create much stronger environmental policies, but also much stronger water policies. I'll also note that I represent a riding which is, as you can see from the map behind me, is part of the Great Lakes system. And there's a number of issues that around this bill that are related to that. For example, the Great Lakes are home to 51 million jobs, largely dependent on the fresh water, the power that's generated by water, as well as the shipping capacity of the Great Lakes. All of these things combine to create an economic vitality which is quite profound in terms of its impact on the continent. Significant number of jobs. In fact, 1/4 of all Canadians draw their drinking water from the Great Lakes. We have to be smart about how we manage this asset, or as I said, this asset will manage us. And you know, the situation is fluctuating and has great volatility and has great capacity to cause danger. And it is not simply something, as a member from the Bloc said, to relegate to the province of Quebec. How do you relegate water to a province when it crosses boundaries every time it flows? How do you relegate management of the Ottawa Valley to one province over another? Any more than you tell people in Montreal they should be flooded so we can spare the folks in the North Shore of Lake Ontario from being flooded, or vice versa. There is clearly a national conversation that needs to be had here, clearly a national strategy that needs to be enunciated here. Clearly, when you take a look at the 16 different international joint commissions that govern water in Canada, and the 4 national jurisdictional bodies that govern water, from the Prairie Rivers to the Lake of the Woods and the Manitoba, province of Manitoba. When you take a look at the Ottawa River, as I mentioned earlier, when you take a look at the Mackenzie River Delta, all of these interprovincial and interterritorial waterways have a profound impact on everybody who shares that water. The floods that happen in the Ottawa Valley don't distinguish between the Quebec and the Ontario side of the river, nor do they distinguish between the Quebec and the Ontario citizens that are impacted, nor do they contain the economic damage province to province and simply say it's yours alone that has to deal with it. The country is going to walk away from it because there's some sort of archaic and I'd quite say bizarre interpretation of the Canadian Constitution that we don't share resources like water across provincial and territorial boundaries. That just doesn't literally hold water as an argument. In terms of the Great Lakes, you know, our government has stepped up on these fronts, but stepping up on these issues requires us to work within regulatory frameworks where we never have total control of the issue or a global perspective on what's happening with water, and we don't understand from a national perspective at all times what the best strategic direction forward is. For example, the member from the Bloc said that navigating up the St. Lawrence Riverway and into the Great Lakes, water flow is an issue. Well, the reason water flow is an issue is because we're trying to drain the Great Lakes because of record high levels due to fluctuating water levels driven by climate change and due to habitat destruction in the watersheds around the Great Lakes. You know, when you don't plant trees, when you don't protect wetlands, as we're seeing in Ontario now with the MZOs from Queen's Park, when you you don't protect your conservation authorities, as we're also seeing being undermined by moves at the provincial legislature, what ends up happening is the Great Lakes overflow with water. The flooding is profound. We had 600 homes in my riding alone flooded out the last couple of years. And the reason we've protected those watersheds, those waterfront properties, the way we've done it is to flow the water out of the Great Lakes faster. Well, that has implications for shipping. It has implications for Montreal and downstream. And to simply pretend that we can manage the Great Lakes without understanding the impact in Quebec and downstream into the Atlantic provinces is just absurd. And so this is a critically important issue in terms of protecting water quality, protecting the integrity of our habitat, our wetlands, our river basins, as well as our Great Lakes, but also managing the navigational and shipping capacity that water offers us, in particular to cities like Hamilton, where the agricultural business there depends on getting boats through the St. Lawrence River. And you can't do that if the water is too low, the water is too high, it's moving too fast, or it's moving too slowly. All of these issues require comprehensive, coordinated action and investment into a stronger water agency to make sure we have coordinated action, to make sure the best science is available to us and the best conservation and displacement policies are put in place, as well as it also will inform us on how to manage the environment upstream so that we create a more balanced approach to the way in which water impacts us right across the country. I'll also say this about water and the impact it has on cities. And on the settlements, and why this institute is so critically important. We have a fifth of the fresh water in Canada. That commodity is going to be worth unbelievable economic opportunity and advantage in the coming years, but it'll also be what will give us the ability to survive the next century if we manage it properly. And to start trying to solve the problem after it has been created, well, good luck. It's like trying to mop up your house after the bathroom's leaked. The thing to do now with water is to attend to it immediately before it causes a damage that takes out so much in so many communities around our waterways. So when we take a look at this proposal to study the joint commissions, the international treaties, to take a look at the interprovincial and territorial treaties, to take a look at Indigenous water lot rights and Indigenous approaches to conservation, as well as Indigenous treaty rights that are tied to water lots. When we do all of that, and then we take a look at the water quality issues that are required not just for human existence, but also for industrial standards. They had to close high-tech plants in Pittsburgh a few years back because the water quality was so low they couldn't get the water clean enough to do some of the high-tech work in that part of the country. When we take a look at water quality, it's not just a question of human existence, it's also our economy is based on it. And that's an economy based far away from just the fish and what we pull out of the water. It's the use of the water in industrial processes. It's critical. When we take a look at our energy, we took a look at what's switching away from fossil fuels where possible and moving towards renewables where there's an opportunity. Water, again, plays a critical role in that new energy future in this country. And as we move to towards more electric vehicles, as we move towards more uses of batteries as mobile power sources for more than just vehicles, but for all sorts of machines, water is going to play an increasingly important role in all this. And so if we don't understand where fresh water is being managed and what the goals are, what the strategies are, and what the impacts of decisions are as they relate to the economic dynamics around water conservation and water usage and use in industry as well as power generation. And if we don't also take a look at the impact that floods and impacts in terms of the storms we're seeing, in terms of the flooding we're seeing, in terms of the droughts we're trying to mitigate, we don't also take a look at the climate change impacts and where water and how water.
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. I've been trying to give him a few signals there, but I'm not sure if he just wasn't seeing me.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On September 23rd, 2020, the Canadian government reiterated its will to create a Canadian water agency in the throne speech of the second session of the 43rd Parliament, saying that it was going to create a new Canadian water agency to ensure the cleanliness and security of the water. The government will also seek ways of building water infrastructure that is more resilient. The motion of my colleague, which is an instruction to the Environment Committee regarding fresh water from the member for Lac Saint-Louis, seems to be a diversionary tactic to delay the putting in place of concrete actions for the environment, and to better supervise our fresh water. This is something else that confirms the doublespeak of the Liberals, because they try to delay concrete actions. I'm having sound problems. Can someone please mute their mic? Is there another mic that is open?
Vaughan? Okay, c'est fermé. Okay.
The member for Vaughan has turned off his mic, the honourable member. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. So, to delay these concrete actions. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I skipped a page. So this is a government. It's in the midst of a public health crisis with COVID-19 and decided to prorogue Parliament. To my knowledge, there are not many parliaments that were shut down during this emergency. But that is the incoherent strategy of the Liberal government. We all recognize that the protection of fresh water is essential. It has to be protected, and we need to act urgently. We also know that climate change has an impact on fresh water. StatsCan information says that Canada has expends 3,400 cubic meters of water. This is some 104,000 cubic meters per Canadian. According to the Quebec Environment Department, 10% of the Quebec territory is covered by freshwater with its rivers and lakes. So Quebec has 3% of renewable freshwater sources in Canada, and close to 40% of that water is in the Saint Laurent watershed. With such figures, Madam Speaker, you might understand that this resource is not threatened, but in fact the opposite is true. More and more freshwater is becoming salty, and there was an article in a newspaper said that Quebec and Lévis are concerned about the salt water in their freshwater. In 2016, the barrier was on the eastern tip of Orleans Island, but now it could come up to Lévis. A study was conducted in order to determine whether or when the salt water would continue to move west and into people's taps. So this dates back a long time, but the Liberals only put in place their environmental project just before Christmas. So once again, they were simply improvising. For the past 5 years, it's been the same. The Liberals show up with bills, and they have good intentions, but there is no content. They, in fact, all they're doing is, it's really just smoke and mirrors. For example, in C69, which received royal assent in June 2019. So many words, but meaning so little. The government could have added in December elements concerning water, which is an important resource for our country. Madam Speaker, I know that we're here to talk about fresh water and its protection, but in terms of water, we doubt the promises of this government. Today, the new U.S. President Joe Biden, only not even 7 years after he was sworn in, already has a plan for water and the environment. But this government, after 5 years in power, has not been able to deliver the goods for Canadians. Here is a clear example. The federal government admitted that its objective to end all boil water advisories in Indigenous communities would probably not be achieved in March 2021, and yet experts agree that the government is still very far away from achieving this objective. My colleague from Central Okanagan, with whom I have the honor of sitting on the Environment Committee, has also expressed his concerns with regard to the management and protection of freshwater in our country. In October, he told the committee that our survival and the survival of our communities depends on all fresh water. In my writing, there are a number of rivers and lakes, for example, Lake Okanagan and Lake Nicholas, and he said that he works tirelessly to protect the freshwater in his region, and that's the same thing for me in the beautiful riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier that I have the great honor of representing. There are a great many lakes and rivers, and in my beautiful region, which is close to the St. Lawrence River, these beautiful resources give a great quality of life to my citizens and contribute to the economy as well. As a member of Parliament, I try to do everything in my power to protect the environment. Because, Madam Speaker, I might remind you that we, the Conservative Party, we don't get up every day with an objective to destroy the planet. On the contrary, we are the greatest champions of nature and of the environment, and we have a great record. I am a father, and I want to leave a healthy environment and a healthy economy to my children and my grandchildren and future generations as well. Madam Speaker, we must remember that the Conservative Party seeks to respect jurisdiction, the only party in the House of Commons to do so. We agree that this study presented in M34 by my colleague, who is currently the chair of the Environment Committee. We agree that this motion should go forward, but my colleagues and I have serious doubts about the government's tactics. The Conservatives have long opposed destroying the environment, and I would like to talk about the concerns of my colleague from Central Okanagan concerning this motion, especially with regard to the creation of the Canadian Water Agency. And he expressed his concerns in October. He said that this talks about conferring jurisdiction on the federal government, and we must ensure that this collaboration is done in concert with the provinces and not like the Liberal government does unilaterally. It dictates to provinces what they must do. And we see this with regard to the pandemic management. Quebec has a great deal of regulated water resources, but if the federal government decided to control the management of fresh water, it might interfere with provincial jurisdiction. Not surprising that the Legault government has also seemed reluctant about the creation of this agency. The only party in the House of Commons who respects provincial jurisdiction is us. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to talk about an article that was published in November 2019, which sounded the alarm. We have appreciated the luxury of abundant fresh water in Canada. This is by Bob Sanford. And this is a study in which 22 universities participated. But Canada does not have a secure water supply. The article closes by saying that we must commit to changing our way of doing things, and we should have done so long ago. It is high time to act, Madam Speaker. The current government is simply spouting empty rhetoric and has been for 5 years, and they have not planted a single tree. And respecting the environment is not their priority. So, Madam Speaker, I would urge the government to reflect and to respect the environment and to develop concrete actions for freshwater and to respect provincial jurisdiction. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, I would like to remind the members that he will only have 4 minutes for his speech, because there is the right of reply for the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a shame because I had 10 minutes, a very nice speech, but literally everyone finds that water is important. In fact, water is more popular than motherhood and apple pie. In fact, Madam Speaker, everyone loves water. My honourable colleague from Lac Saint Louis as well. So much that he would like us to take a lot of time for this Parliament to analyse a number of aspects of fresh water. Given the limited time that we have, especially for the debate tonight, here is what I think. Fresh water is a resource that it should be administered by Quebec and the provinces exclusively. And I'd like to emphasize the fact that we have limited time because it seems to be clear that the government would like us to run out this time before an election. It would like to drown the Environment Committee with this mandate to examine fresh water instead of taking concrete action on the environment. And instead of analyzing the risks of offshore drilling that the government has approved, they would rather focus on what the provinces are doing and then try to teach them lessons. Madam Speaker, we're no fools. If the member for Lac Saint Louis and the Liberals were worried about saltwater as much as they do about freshwater, it would be a good thing. But we need to protect water now. The best way to do so is not to undertake a broad study before an election to greenwash and the government's record. No, we need to listen to scientists, the very same ones that the Liberals repeat that they count on to make decisions. Empty rhetoric is all very well, but this is 2021. We don't need to ask any more questions. Our scientists are experts, and they have given us the answers. So my colleague perhaps has excellent intentions for our freshwater, and perhaps he believes its government's claims that it is protecting the environment. But I can tell everyone, whether or not there's a Canadian Water Agency, if there was oil in Lac Saint Louis, you can rest assured that this government would have invented a good reason to harvest it. Regarding freshwater questions and the environment, Quebec is best placed, and so are the provinces, to protect its own water. Each of us have an environment department with specialized scientists, and the provinces in Quebec are responsible for water management within their borders. So the Liberals should start by respecting Quebec and provincial legislation before trying to take over the jurisdiction of other governments. In this Parliament, the fisheries, marine transport, and navigation can be regulated by the government. That has been clear for 150 years, and what my colleague would like to see is having Canada being an armchair quarterback to correct its players. But that's not how this country works. And so it's pretty bad when a sovereigntist has to remind the federal government of the rules of federalism. So here's my suggestion. The Bloc Québécois, under thanks to the eminent member for Jonquière, tabled a bill on Quebec's environmental sovereignty, C-225. Unlike M-34, C-25, instead of analyzing federal laws, wants to amend them. So let's be practical. If we say that it's important to protect the environment, then we know that it's high time to do so. And if it's high time to do so, then we need to move rapidly to do so and choose the best, most effective way. And in our case, it's the provincial and Quebec rules that are the most stringent, and they already exist. Therefore, logically, if the member for Lac Saint Louis and his colleagues are true to themselves, they will agree with me that the federal government should, for its own infrastructure, respect the rules in place and let the provinces and Quebec do their own thing instead of engaging in this jurisdictional squabbling. So who do we work for? Well, I can tell you. I can tell you who I work for and why I am here. I work for the people in my riding, for the people of Lac Saint Jean, and in the case of the environment, for the generation of my children in particular. I work for young people who came through my office today and said that they are sick of red tape. Young people who are sick and tired of the federal government paralyzing everything and not getting things done.
Excuse me,
I apologize, but your time is up. I was trying to give a signal to the member for him to wrap up. So I appreciate all the speeches this evening. And in fact, there will... the Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, why do we need the study in this motion? Well, because it's time. It's time that we gave formal and comprehensive attention to the protection and management of our most precious resource, our fresh water. Clearly, this government has begun to do just that. The recent throne speech reiterated the government's commitment to creating a coordinating and research mechanism called the Canada Water Agency, and consultations are well underway to inform the shape of this new entity. The throne speech also committed to creating a national water strategy. This House owes it to itself to be part of the conversation around these important initiatives. The proposed study would make the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development the locus of Parliament's engagement on both initiatives. The committee is the ideal and rightful forum for an in-depth conversation on current and future federal policies and initiatives involving freshwater. I know there are concerns in some quarters. These have been expressed by my bloc colleagues, notably the members for Repentigny, Jonquière, and Lac-Saint-Jean. There is concern that an active federal interest in freshwater risks impinging on provincial jurisdiction, but this is not the case, either in terms of the recent throne speech commitments or in terms of the spirit of this proposed study. First, the Canada Water Agency will not be a regulation-making body. Its purpose is to explore freshwater issues for the purpose of information sharing with stakeholders, which includes various federal departments, provincial governments, academic institutions, private sector companies, and international bodies. Second, the federal government has clearly proven it is open, where appropriate, to involving provinces in freshwater management, even where there is a clear federal constitutional responsibility. For example, as regards the 2012 Federal Wastewater Systems Effluent Regulations under the Fisheries Act, these do not apply in Quebec since equivalent wastewater regulations are in effect in that province. Moreover, there are currently bilateral wastewater administrative agreements between the federal government and the provinces of New Brunswick and Saskatchewan. I compare the water domain to the free market in economics. I don't mean this in the sense of water being a private good. It is not and should never be. I mean that like the economic free market, there is a large number of actors, too large to inventory, working simultaneously toward the objective of optimally protecting and managing this vital resource. These efforts are in a way guided by an invisible hand working for a common good, and not by central government planning or direction. That is the boon, but also the challenge. For just like the free market, some measure of coordination is always needed. So too it is in respect to freshwater. Finally, when we speak of a national water strategy, we are really speaking of a federal water strategy, not an invasion of jurisdiction by a national government intent on implementing a uniform vision for water. We are speaking of a long overdue attempt to rationalize the disparate and too often disjointed elements of water policy in federal jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, Canada is a water nation worthy of a focused discussion in Parliament on what is clearly a rapidly emerging issue, water security. At a time of galloping climate change, rapid industrial development, and sustained global population growth. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank all the members who participated in the debate on this motion.
La question est la suivante. Monsieur...
The question is as follows. Mr. Scarbolija, seconded by Mr. Ellis, move that the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to undertake a comprehensive study of federal policies and legislation relating to freshwater, and more specifically focusing on...
Yes, Madam Speaker, you can dispense.
Dispense. On the amendment, Ms. Collin, seconded by Mr. Davies, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting subsection I and by replacing subsection 2, scheduled no fewer than 10 meetings, subsection 3, with the following, subsection I, scheduled no fewer than 7 meetings, subsection 2. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or, a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
Nope.
Sorry, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to...
I'm not there yet.
Oh.
I'll be right there. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair right now. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Now would be the appropriate time?
For the sake of clarity, I would invite a member present in the House to rise to indicate if the motion is agreed to on division or to request a recorded division. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to have this amendment carried on division.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Je déclare l'amendement adopté.
I declare the amendment adopted on division.
The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Should I dispense? Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent.
If a member of a recognized party in the House wish, I ask them to rise and indicate this to the chair.
Clarté.
For the sake of clarity, I would ask a member present here in the House to indicate if the motion is agreed to on division or request a recorded division.
Silence.
I would request a recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021 at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Alors, dans ce moment-ci,
pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Privileged to be here at the late show tonight to speak about farmers, ranchers, carbon tax, and clean fuel standards. Carbon tax hike is set to make it a lot harder for Canadian farmers and ranchers. A tax hits farmers from many different directions with very, very few exemptions. Inputs, fertilizer, add carbon tax. Seeds, add carbon tax. Equipment, machinery, parts, hundreds of thousands of dollars. A combine, close to $1 million, add the carbon tax. Grain drying, tens of thousands of dollars, add carbon tax. Heating buildings, and there's many, add carbon tax. Oh, you've got the crop. Now what do? We got to truck it and deliver it. That's a carbon tax added on. Grain companies, elevators, add a carbon tax. Railway, yeah, you got to move it. Add a carbon tax. Producers pay all the downstream costs with no ability to increase the price they receive. Ag sector producers use the most energy efficient and innovative means in the world. Ag producers are also carbon sinks. Alberta Federation of Agriculture President Lynn Jacobson said the carbon tax increase highlights the needs for additional carbon tax exemptions for prairie farms. He said the establishment of national carbon credit system that allows farmers to capitalize on carbon sequestration activities would go a long way. The government is hiking carbon tax, clean fuel standards tax without comprehensive plan to address the damage it's going to cost to our ag sector and supply chain. Speaking of challenges on the prairies, the Keystone Pipeline. Cancellation of Keystone Pipeline is devastating to real people, families, businesses, and communities. We need jobs and growth, and the pipeline supplied both. The Prime Minister talks about support for the resource sector, but killed Northern Gateway. Added barriers to Energy East that killed it. Legislated Bill C-48, C-69, well, that really does end pipelines as well. Bought a pipeline from a private company that just wanted to build it and government to get out of the way so it could do it. Oh, now it's many billions of dollars over budget, years behind completion. Will it get built? Is Enbridge Line 5 through Michigan next on the hit list? This is thousands of jobs in Ontario and Quebec. Post-COVID-19 jobs in the resource sector are an essential part of getting Canadians back to work and Canada's economy recovering. We need this sector working. Where's the plan to do it? Speaking of plans, like COVID-19, a Canada-focused plan? We all know the first thing they should have done was protect the most vulnerable, protect the frontline workers. How do you do that? Rapid testing.
tracing, isolation. Instead, the government's plan lacked significantly, and then we slowed the economy down to a almost crawl. And then it basically was closed twice. Sadly, many vulnerable families have been lost forever. Many businesses are closed and many more will be. Students have lost an academic year and hundreds of thousands of jobs lost. Mental health challenges are now exploding. In January, 10 months later, the government starts asking for COVID negative tests to enter the country. Where was that 10 months ago? Where was the support for Canadian industries to develop rapid testing and vaccines? We need to protect lives and livelihoods. That's the key to getting out of this crisis and getting people back to work. The government's handling of this situation has prolonged the economic damage and risking lives. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Foods.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Rose River for the opportunity to address the strong measures our government has put in place to support our farmers. Our government is maximizing our trade opportunities for our farmers. We have been working hard to diversify our trade through agreements with key trading partners, including the European Union, North America, and countries of Trans-Pacific, and most recently, the trade agreement with the United Kingdom. Madam Speaker, the results speak for themselves. The 14 free trade agreements we have in place cover 51 countries, connecting our farmers to 1.5 billion global consumers. Together, these agreements give Canadian farmers a competitive edge in over 60% of the global economy. Today, we are the only G7 nation to have a free trade agreement with the other 6 nations. That puts us in a very powerful position internationally. Madam Speaker, we know that strong farm business means a strong economy, and that's why we're focused on strong business risk management programs. Building on all emergency supports we have rolled out this year to support farmers during the pandemic, our government stands ready to step up with improvements to the BMR programs. We're seeking national consensus with provinces and territories to make enhancements to the agri-stability program that would significantly increase the amount paid out to our farmers through the agri-stability program. As a starting point, our government is looking to remove the reference margin limits, and we're prepared to look at further immediate enhancements to agri-stability. As well, we're looking to increase the agri-stability compensation rate from 70% to 80%. Madam Speaker, regarding the honourable member's reference, the review of neonicotinoids insecticides by Health Canada's Pest Management Regulatory Agency, the government has engaged with producers and other stakeholders to examine impacts and identify potential alternatives to neonics, including through research. We have submitted to the PMRA new scientific papers and additional information from the public, the province, and the agriculture industry, as well as our working group. PMRA is currently reviewing the submitted information and plans to provide federal decisions in the spring of 2021. Madam Speaker, we support the rigorous science-based regulation of pesticides in Canada, ensure they continue to meet modern health and safety standards. We will continue to make sure our farmers have the tools they need to feed Canadians and the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Being on the Heritage Committee, the topic of free speech is now very alive and part of what we are doing. Have you ever heard of Hyde Park in London? It's famous for Speaker's Corner, where anyone can come and speak about whatever topic they would like. The Heritage Minister recently indicated he intends to introduce legislation to regulate speech on the internet. Hate speech is already illegal in Canada and has been so for years. Criminal code makes it illegal to incite violence and promote hatred. I've received many communications from my constituents expressing interest about what this plan might look like. The minister's intentions are probably great, but this needs to be approached very carefully with the input from members of all parties. Freedom of speech and religion are crucial foundation of our country's democracy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has to turn his mic on.
Sorry about that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for farmers to take advantage of new market opportunities on the world stage, they need to meet consumers' demand for sustainability. That's why over the next 10 years, we'll invest $350 million to help farmers continue their stewardship of soil, water, and biodiversity. Carbon pollution pricing remains an important part of Canada's plan for a cleaner and more innovative economy. Since the beginning, we have recognized the special role our farmers play in Canada. That's why we exempt farm fuels, greenhouses, and fuel farm cardlock facilities. Alongside the provinces, we will continue making investments in the sector to improve the energy efficiency of agricultural equipment.
We're also investing $1.65 million in the new agriculture clean tech program and $200 million in climate action incentive fund. Financed through proceeds from the federal carbon pollution pricing system has already supported more than 200 energy efficiency projects in agriculture. For instance, helping a farmer replace an old inefficient grain dryer or install solar panels for watering systems. We're also developing a greenhouse gas offset system. It could offer opportunities for farmers to generate carbon offset credits through on-farm practices that reduce emissions and store carbon. Madam Speaker, Canadian farmers are...
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Throughout this pandemic, the government has been very clear. Workers who lost their income due to COVID-19 were going to receive support. The Prime Minister reassured us. Again and again, in statement after statement, the Prime Minister told Canadians, we're here for you. We're here for you. Those were the words that meant everything to Canadians who didn't know how they were going to pay the bills and put food on the table. Today, however, those words ring hollow for hundreds of thousands of Canadians and their families. People who put their faith in this government, people who believed the Prime Minister had their backs, only to discover that it wasn't true. More than 400,000 Canadians who applied for CERB in good faith, who were told by the government that they were eligible, who were eligible according to the CRA website, and who received CERB in order to survive, have now gotten a letter from the CRA informing them that they have to pay that support back. Why? Because their government changed the rules on them. It isn't just wrong, it is a betrayal. It is a betrayal of this House and a betrayal of Canadians. We spent a lot of time working together in the Committee of Whole to get Canadians the help they needed to get through the pandemic. The NDP pushed the government at every turn to do better, and often the government listened to us. We recognized that provinces and territories had to implement strict public health measures to combat the transmission of the virus. We knew that these measures would cost people their jobs. We knew that if we did not act, our economy would be devastated and lives would be ruined. I and my fellow New Democrats called immediately and repeatedly for help for those who needed it. And the government listened and made that critical promise to Canadians that help would be coming. When the government finally brought CERB forward for a vote, the legislation, Bill C-13, defined those who would be eligible for support as, and I quote, a person who, for 2019 or in the 12-month period preceding that day on which they make the application under Section 5, has a total income of at least $5,000. And the CRA website listed the eligible sources of income to include income from self-employment. And that's the bill that I and other members of this House voted for. But that's not what self-employed Canadians are getting from this government. Madam Speaker, Canadians should be able to trust their government. And if they follow the rules, so should their government. CERB was a lifeline for millions of Canadians. It was a way to make it to the next month and the next and the next. The difference between paying rent and becoming homeless. The difference between hanging on and bankruptcy. Now, this government has taken that lifeline away from hundreds of thousands of self-employed and worse yet, it is throwing them back overboard. It's inhumane and quite honestly ridiculous, and it doesn't have to be this way. The government can decide right now to reverse this inane decision. Just apply the legislation the way it was written. That means allowing self-employed Canadians to use total income rather than net income to determine CERB eligibility. That means counting income from grants to artists and performers the same way it's counted for tax services. Will this government restore Canadians' trust and reverse the disastrous CERB clawback? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her question and for her advocacy on behalf of her constituents. I want to be clear. The Government of Canada is there for Canadian workers and continues to be there for them. The CERB was the keystone piece of that support, And during the darkest months of the pandemic crisis, we helped more than 8.9 million Canadians who lost their income. Our goal at the beginning of the first lockdown in the spring, Madam Speaker, was to get money in the hands of Canadian workers and Canadians as quickly as possible. This included the self-employed. We used the definition of self-employment income that was consistent with how people interact with the Government of Canada for other benefits, like the GST and the Canada Child Benefit. But as the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion said, we know that some people misunderstood that definition. The Government of Canada strives to be accurate in all of its communications with Canadians, especially at call centres. Employees have done a stellar job at helping Canadians throughout this crisis. We all know that in the initial weeks after the CERB was launched, some of the information provided was at times unclear. We are actively looking at options to respond to the concerns raised from self-employed Canadians about the eligibility criteria and the information they received. And again, I want to be very clear about the fact that no one is being asked to make a repayment at this time. The CRA is only looking to confirm people's eligibility for the CERB. We know very well that for some individuals, repaying the CERB could represent a significant financial hardship. And that is why we are taking a compassionate approach to the issue of repayment. If an individual chooses to start repaying amounts for which they were not eligible, flexible repayment options are available based on their individual financial situation. The CRA will work with them on a case-by-case basis. We know that workers and their families continue to face uncertain times as the pandemic wears on and different jurisdictions face lockdown restrictions. The Government of Canada will continue to be there for Canadian workers and their families until the pandemic ends and beyond. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, this is so disheartening. I feel like the member doesn't understand the stress and the hardship that we're asking Canadians to go through. How will they repay funds when they don't have a job? It doesn't matter the schedule. If they don't have the ability to do that, it is nothing but a slap in the face. You know, nobody should be penalized for a mistake made by their government. This new interpretation of the rules should be reversed. It was a mistake made by the government, not a mistake made by people with CERB. You know, it's not right. It's not fair. It's not what we voted for. The government can stop this inhumane CERB clawback today if they choose to. It's simple. If he is looking for solutions, I can offer them. Just live up to the promises that Canadians made to Canadians, apply the legislation the way it was written, and you don't even have to admit you're wrong. Just do the right thing and cancel the CERB clawback now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion has said, it is unfair to say that we're going after workers. The CERB was there to support workers who had lost their income because of COVID-19. People who received a letter from the CRA should not assume that they are ineligible for the CERB. It just means that the CRA is trying to confirm eligibility, and they will work with individuals on potential repayment plans. Je voudrais encore remercier la députée d'Edmonton Strathcona.
I thank the member for Strathcona once again for her question. She does a great job standing up for her constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Nanaimo Ladysmith. For Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When COVID-19 forced an economic lockdown in March, this Parliament took a Team Canada approach to ensure that Canadians received the financial support that they needed. The government introduced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, or CERB, in a hurry, and it passed with unanimous consent from all MPs and all parties. Speed was necessary under the circumstances, but it created a situation where eligibility requirements were unclear. This was particularly true for individuals who are self-employed. In December, the Canada Revenue Agency sent out more than 441,000 letters advising some CERB recipients that they may not be eligible for the benefit and may have to pay back as much as $14,000. Many of the people who received the letters are low-income self-employed Canadians. On the CERB application, the government did not specify whether eligibility would be based on gross or net self-employed income. The CERB Act did not define self-employed income and did not mention expenses or deductions. The government website stated multiple times that income of at least $5,000 may be from employment and or self-employment for CERB eligibility. There was no mention of gross or net income. Immediately after the CERB Act was passed, the finance minister stated in both press conferences and in testimony before the Senate that CERB eligibility would be based on earned revenue. Revenue in business terms means income before expenses, or gross income. It wasn't until late April, weeks after people started applying for the CERB, that the CRA quietly added a clarifying statement that eligible self-employment earnings were, quote, net pre-tax income, gross income less expenses. This clarification is buried in one of the frequently asked questions on the government website near the bottom of the page. There have been many reported examples of CRA agents providing incorrect information about whether eligibility was based on gross or net self-employment income. The union representing CRA workers stated that agents were not given clear directions. Even MPs from the governing party provided incorrect information to their constituents. Clearly, the confusion was widespread. The government has acknowledged that CERB eligibility guidelines and government advice failed to clearly specify that income for people who are self-employed met net income after deductions. Home-based businesses can write off a portion of a house expenses, such as rent and utilities, against their business income. This helps people make ends meet. But these home-based businesses are not eligible for the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy. People who are self-employed or own small businesses will often incur additional expenses in one year versus another for capital improvements, to expand a product line, or to start a new business. I've heard from a number of people who are in this situation. During this pandemic, many large corporations used wage subsidy programs to pay employees. At the same time, they increased shareholder dividends, CEO bonuses, and their wealthy owners raked in billions. This should not have been allowed. If the government needs to recoup emergency benefits, it should be going after the wealthy who took advantage of these programs, not after self-employed Canadians. The government made a serious error, and it needs to own that mistake. Self-employed Canadians applied for the CERB in good faith and should not be penalized. The government needs to retroactively allow self-employed Canadians to use their gross pre-tax income before business expenses when determining their CERB eligibility. It's absolutely a matter of justice and fairness, and the government needs to own it.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to respond to the question from the member from Nanaimo Ladysmith regarding the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada has worked quickly and diligently over the past few months to administer the programs related to COVID-19 in order to quickly deliver emergency payments, including the CERB, to Canadians who needed it the most at this most extraordinary time. In collaboration with Employment and Social Development Canada, the Canada Revenue Agency designed the CERB application process to be attestation-based. This is similar to the approach used in tax filing, where individuals attest to the information they provide when they file their taxes, and the CRA may verify this information at the time of filing or at a later date. We know that the vast majority of Canadians are honest and forthright, especially when it comes to dealing with the CRA. In order to account for application errors made in good faith, the government has indicated that there will be no penalties or interest in cases where the CERB needs to be repaid. Madam Speaker, we regret that communications regarding the eligibility criteria may have been unclear in the first days after the CERB was launched. The CRA was eager, and it was important to dispense or disperse funds quickly to those in need under exceptional circumstances of a global pandemic. However, we recognize that there was some confusion in the very early weeks of the program that may have led some individuals to mistakenly apply to the CERB. In fact, Madam Speaker, the CRA has adopted an educational approach regarding cases where the agency lacks sufficient information to determine if an applicant
was eligible for the CERB. The CRA has sent letters to certain recipients in order to confirm that their income met the eligibility threshold of employment and or net self-employment income of at least $5,000 in 2019 or in the 12 months prior to the date of their application. The letter strongly encourages those individuals who have not filed their 2019 tax returns to do so as soon as possible, as this is the simplest way to confirm their eligibility. I would like to reconfirm, as stated by our Prime Minister in late December, that we recognize that for some individuals, repaying the CERB could represent significant financial hardship. As also stated by the Prime Minister in December, we will work with impacted individuals on a case-by-case basis. The government has developed an approach for how we will address the situation for impacted individuals, and we will be in a position to announce the details of this approach in the coming days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the parliamentary secretary for his response, but I want to reiterate that the government needs to take responsibility for its own error. I've heard from self-employed single mothers and people with disabilities who have home-based businesses that receive these CRA letters. They are stressed out by receiving these letters. The self-employed people who received the CERB used that money to pay their rent, their bills, and to put food on the table for their families. The money is spent, and it is not fair to ask people who did their due diligence and applied for the CERB in good faith to pay back the money. Many self-employed Canadians will never be able to repay these large debts to the CRA, no matter how flexible the terms. This request for repayment is unacceptable. The government made a serious error, and it needs to own their mistake. Self-employed people, Canadians, need a break during this pandemic. They don't need additional stress. If the government wants to recoup benefits that were abused, they should be going after wealthy Canadians and corporations that line their pockets with government relief funds.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government recognizes the economic effect that the COVID-19 pandemic continues to have on both individuals and businesses. For this reason, the CRA has been working throughout the pandemic to provide services and support to those in need of assistance. If individuals receive a letter related to their CERB claim, they should not interpret it as a determination that they are definitely ineligible, nor should it be interpreted as a requirement to make a repayment. The letter simply means that the CRA does not have the information needed to confirm their eligibility. Madam Speaker, I would like to emphasize that no repayment deadline has been established to date. People who believe that they are not eligible for the CERB may make a repayment at any time. In fact, as of today, over 1.1 million voluntary repayments have been made. And I want to remind you that the government has developed an approach for how we will address the situation for impacted individuals, and we will be in a position to announce the details of this approach in the coming days. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Bonsoir.